Yo, hello everyone. Let me go to and change my send the message to the Discord and then post on Twitter. I am very hungry still. I had a couple bowls of cereal and I'm still really hungry. So that sucks. Nick Prohl is here. How you doing, Nick? I'm super hungry. I know I just said it, but I am very hungry. Way hungrier than I realized, actually. It should be good. Glad you're doing well, Nick. Glad you're doing well. Glad you're doing well. So tonight we'll watch and react to the video I posted, actually. Lectio Semper. Have you seen Project Hail Mary? I have not seen it yet. I read the book. It's really good. But I haven't seen it yet. I hear that they don't pave the entirety of Africa in the book like they do in the movie. Not the entirety, but they just pave the desert, fill it with solar panels, which is really funny. Also, they nuke Antarctica in the book. I heard they don't do either of those things, which is too bad. Hopefully the director's cut, or the first cut, was like 43 hours and 45 minutes long. So hopefully they release that one day. That would be epic. Legate, hello. Did Ryan Gosling bog his face, or was that an internet AI run amok? I don't know what bog means. Legate's here, though. But why? Why did they nuke Antarctica? They nuked Antarctica specifically to release methane that was deep in the ice layer to create a greenhouse effect, since the sun was getting weaker, to heat the earth up. That's the whole premise of the movie, is that the sun's getting weaker. Bully just dropped. The new Kanye just dropped. Like literally just now. 15 minutes ago, the new Kanye dropped. I don't think he got work done. I haven't seen anything that he got work done. So I could be wrong, but I haven't seen anything. I have not seen anything that suggests he got work done. Sorry, I was listening to the first couple seconds of the new Kanye to decide if it was any good. You guys know the rules for calling in. If you want to call into the Discord, call into the stream, talk with me, ask questions. I would appreciate that. I do enjoy talking to you guys. It's a thing I actually enjoy doing. So if you ever want to call into the stream, the Discord link's in the description. You just type in hashtag roll call into the roll call channel, and then join Chiswick Pub, and I will bring you in when it is your turn, and yeah, that's what we're doing there. So I hope you guys
It's atheism and porn, you fucking idiot!
check and make sure my audio works by using the Discord soundboard, that's my favorite JDFM quote. So, yeah, if you guys want to call in, if you guys have questions about the Senator Lee video, please let me know, because we're going to actually do some more stuff with the Senate. We're going to talk more about Senate procedure tonight. We're going to talk a lot about Senate procedure. I got no response, BTW. That is interesting. That is interesting. I know what you're talking about, and it's interesting that no one responded. Any thoughts on Sean Ryan, Joe Kent? I have not seen anything. I have not seen anything. I've talked to some people about Joe Kent. I really think that Joe Kent is Joe Kent said all the exact opposite of everything he was saying when he was running for Congress because he thought it made it more electable. So I'm not, until I see something to the contrary, my instinct on Joe Kent is that he's saying whatever he sees as in vogue at the time to be popular. So I'm kind of glad he's not in the government anymore, because you want people who are trying to win in the government, not people who are trying to be popular in the government. So that's my thoughts on that. As of now, I could be wrong, but as of now, that is my thought on that. As of the current moment, that is my opinion on that. But yeah, we're going to talk a lot about Senate procedure tonight. I wrote a script. For a video on the filibuster. There's your teaser. A video on the filibuster, and I recorded it, and it sucked. So I decided we'll do it live, and I will cut it up from the live stream. And that will be what we'll do. So on that, because the thought here is basically that interesting. The thought here is basically that the filibuster is kind of not what you think it is. So I will be talking about it, explaining what it actually is, what it actually does, and that. Explaining what it actually is and what it actually does before we tonight, just because I don't think everybody's got. I just don't think everybody understands what the filibuster is, and I think it would be really useful if people started to understand what the filibuster actually was. And so that's what we'll be doing. Some quick news. It looks like President Trump is going to endorse Ken Paxton in his runoff against John Cornyn, which is good. Good that Cornyn wasn't able to save and DHS funding hostage to get his endorsement. That is a very good thing. So, there we go. I guess we will get started here. But first thing we'll do is we'll watch my video. Actually, we'll watch my own video about where I talked to Mike Lee. We'll go ahead and give that a peek. Who's going to run against Ted Cruz when his reelection comes around? I don't think Ted Cruz is up till. I really don't think Ted Cruz is up until 20. I don't think he's up till 30. Are we going to watch CGP Grey? No. Because I did not. I remembered the CGP Grey video after I found this stuff. But I found all this stuff on my own. And I also have the primary sources. So he's not useful. We don't need to. Meh. We don't need that. I don't need CGP Grey. Because I have the real 2018. He was elected in 2022. So I guess he is up in. Is he up in? Is he up? Oh, he was reelected in 24. Yeah, no, he's not up. Ted Cruz is not up for reelection until 2030. I was right initially. I was correct the first time. I was correct the first time. Perhaps someone who vows to be a great defender of Palestine in the Senate came running against Ted Cruz. I just want no more third world blood feuds. Like, I really don't care. I really do not care. So long as the person cares about America and will just shut up about the third world. That's what I want. I want somebody who will just shut up about the third world. So, that's what I want. That's what I want. That's all I want out of my elected officials is shutting up about the third world. So I got to ask. Okay. Let's watch this video. I am going to skip the intro. And we will watch this video. By the way, guys, if you have not watched the video yet, you should go watch the video. You should click the like button. And you should leave a comment below. It's a good video. This is my account. This is my secondary YouTube account that I have specifically for watching videos on stream so my algorithm doesn't get polluted. Ask him. Thank you so much.
So let's start with Thursday.
Hello.
You're muted.
Hi, Senator Lee. Forgive me, I wrote this down so I can make sure I phrase it correctly. But you've stated, on Fox this morning and here that you object to the recess. I'm wondering if, and you mentioned the pro forma session can be disrupted by a single Democrat. So I'm wondering if you, pursuant to Senate Rule 4.1a and Rule 4, Section... Back up. Pro forma session. Let's see if we can find a video of a pro forma session. Back up. Let's see if we can find a video of a pro forma session. Here you go. Here's a pro forma session.
Pro forma session. We're back in a minute or two.
The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House.
Okay, here we go. There is no one else in this room besides the people you see on this screen.
The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., February 27, 2017, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, February 23, 2017, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Rand Paul, a senator from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Orrin G. Hatch, President pro tempore.
Okay, so Orrin Hatch was the majority leader in 2017. Or no, he was the president pro tempore. Was Orrin Hatch the majority leader? Anyway, Orrin Hatch was in charge of the Senate. I don't know if he was a majority leader. I think president pro tempore is a different role. So he appoints Rand Paul to be the president pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until noon on Monday, February 27th, 2017.
There you go. That is everything. So the Senate technically had a session right there. That was they had a session. The Senate did a thing.
And that'll wrap up this brief pro forma session in the Senate. Lawmakers are due back for legislative.
So technically they're not at recess, right? Because the Constitution says, Article 1, Section 5, Constitution. The Constitution says that neither house during a session of Congress shall, without the consent of the other, adjourn for more than 3 days. Okay? Adjourn for more than 3 days. All right? So, what just happened there is that every fourth day, they adjourn for 3 days. So they're never legally in recess. And that's what's called a pro forma session. And they do that for a number of reasons. But the biggest one is so that they don't have to get permission, right? Okay. And earlier in this space, Senator Lee had said that he thinks that the Democrats are going to disrupt the pro forma sessions because on Monday he believes that the person assigned to carry out the pro forma session is going to attempt to, with unanimous consent, pass the House DHS funding bill. The House DHS funding bill is the bill that the House passed Friday at about 11:30 p.m. Yesterday at about 11:30 p.m. I was up and watching it. And it is a version of the Senate bill that has been changed. It's a version of the Senate bill that is a changed version of the House bill. And the one that is currently before the Senate, the third iteration, is just a clean bill that only funds DHS and nothing else, but it does include ICE and CBP, which the Democrats do not want funded. So earlier in this space, Senator Lee was saying that he believes that the Democrats are going to, the Republican in charge, supposed to be sitting in the chair, is going to attempt to pass the DHS bill with unanimous consent. And if there's no objection, it's considered passed with unanimous consent. However, he believes there will be a Democrat who will come onto the floor and object, stopping the bill from passing, forcing a quorum to be called, and that likely will make John Thune call everyone back. If you, pursuant to Senate Rule 4.1a. So, Senate Rule 4.1a. This is the commencement of a daily session. So this is the rule for how to start the Senate session for that day. The presiding officer, having taken the chair following the prayer by the chaplain and after presiding officer or senator designated by the presiding officer is president pro tempore in the Senate, leads the Senate from the dais in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and a quorum being present. This is the key phrase, a quorum being present. So the rest of this is contingent upon a quorum being present. Now, the Senate operates under a unique, the Senate and the House operate under each operate under a rule that unless someone asks if a quorum is present, it is presumed that a quorum is present. So, if someone were to go in and say, is a quorum present, and there wasn't, because, there's only one guy there, the rest of the session can't happen. Rules, Rule 4, Sections 3 or Rule 6, Section. Now, Rule 6, Section 3 and 4. Quorum. Absent senators may be sent for. So here's the operative part of this, right? This is the operative and main part of the question I was asking Senator Lee. If at any time during the daily sessions of the Senate a question shall be raised by any senator as to the presence of a quorum, the presiding officer shall, and I'm going to read this to Senator Lee later, so actually I'm going to skip the rest of it. What this says is if you ask if there's a quorum, they have to call for it immediately. There's no debate. You just got to do it. And when there isn't a majority of the senators there, the senators present can direct the sergeant at arms to go get the rest of them. Sections 3 and 4 will be forcing the Senate to come back into session, and if not, why? There's the question. Hey, these rules, combined with this part of the Constitution, say you can force them to come back. Here's how. Are you gonna? If not, why? That's the question. It sounds really complicated. I promise it's not. That's all we're trying to figure out.
Okay, let's pretend one of us doesn't know what you're referring to. I don't have the rules in front of me.
Okay.
Tell me by what mechanism I could force them back in.
Rule 1 says that you need a quorum to be present, and Rule 6 says that at any time any senator can request a quorum to be taken, and if one is not present, the Sergeant at Arms can call the Senate back into session.
Yes, those tools in both of those rules that you mentioned are available to us. To be clear, those are not for purposes of ending a recess, nor can they be used for that purpose.
Now, I'm just gonna play it. But
those are for purposes of establishing a quorum on the floor when the Senate is in session, which it currently is not.
But it is claiming to be in session with a 3-day adjournment, right? Because the Constitution says that for a formal recess, permission of the House is needed. So, as I said earlier, the Senate is not technically legally in a recess right now. It would be illegal if the Senate were in an actual recess right now. Okay? The Senate is not at recess right now under the legal standard of a recess. It would be illegal for the Senate to be in an actual formal recess. Also, President Trump would be able to make recess appointments. So,
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So I think I see where you're going now. So you're saying a senator could go to the floor during a pro forma.
Yeah,
session,
during a pro forma session, request a quorum.
Recognition.
Yeah.
And then note the absence of a, well, maybe before noting the absence. Yeah.
The exact quote from Rule 6, Section 3 is, if at any time during the daily sessions of the Senate a question shall be raised by any senator as to the presence of a quorum, the presiding officer shall forthwith direct the secretary to call the roll and shall announce the result, and these proceedings shall be without debate. It continues, Section 4, whenever upon such roll call it shall be ascertained that a quorum is not present, a majority of the senators present may direct the Sergeant at Arms to request and, when necessary, to compel the attendance of absent senators, which order shall be determined without debate and pending its execution, and until a quorum shall be present, no debate nor motion except adjournment or to recess pursuant to a previous order entered by unanimous consent. Okay, so all that says that if you ask for a quorum, they can't not take it. And Rule 4 says, and then Rule 6 or Section 3 says, if you ask for a quorum, they can't not take it. And Section 4 of this rule says that if they're not there, you can force the sergeant at arms can make them come back.
Yeah. All right. This is interesting. To my knowledge, I'm not aware of it. I'd be surprised if it ever has been used this way, but I don't think it's ever been used to bring senators back from a recess during a pro forma session.
I want to clarify. I really appreciate Senator Lee is taking this question seriously. First of all, he is taking this question seriously, and I do appreciate that, especially given I don't think he was expecting hard procedural parliamentary questions with citations in the middle of an X space. So I appreciate that. Is the Sergeant at Arms a legitimate position or a figurehead position? Yes, it's both. It's in this instance, it's pretty much a figurehead. The idea is you just force them to not be, because the rules don't really recognize that. Like you can just force them to not be. Anyway, I appreciate Senator Lee answering this question. He's giving actually a pretty good answer for having it sprung on him at a time I'm assuming he wasn't expecting this kind of a question, especially considering the next question was a lady who needs to be put in a mental institution, saying that the FBI is participating in a cover-up because Joe Biden secretly instituted Sharia law, and no one is willing to admit it, and her local FBI office is participating in the cover-up. That's not a joke. That's the thing that the next person who asked a question, she actually did say that. So just to give you an idea of the general vibe of these questions, right? And some of them were like, are we going to pass save or not? But they were rephrased. 7 of them were like that, rephrased different ways. So that's all I'm saying is it's a very long drawn out way. If he's taking this very seriously, and I appreciate that, and he's actually trying to give me a good answer. However, I do not like that he keeps using the word recess. They are not at recess. They are adjourned for 3 days. And on the 4th day, they're going to adjourn for 3 more days. They are not at recess. The Senate is not at recess. As much as I appreciate Senator Lee really putting in, like, giving me a serious answer and trying to, like, actually understand what I'm saying and not just, like, skipping over it. Like, he's actually, like, trying to understand what I'm saying and actually trying to explain why maybe you can or cannot do this. I don't like the word recess here. They are not at recess. The Senate is not at recess. They are adjourned, and the rules say that you can force them to come back. All you have to do is go, hey, they're not here. Because they're adjourned, but they're adjourned they're only able to be adjourned because no one is going, hey, you're not here officially. So all somebody has to do is walk into that room. Somebody has to do is a senator that is duly sworn has to walk into that room and go, hey, I don't think they're here. You're not at session because they're not here. You can't have a session. They're not here. That's all you have to do. They're not at recess. They're adjourned, and then they're going to lie and say that they're there on Monday at 10:30. On Monday at 10:30, there's going to be a lie told by the Senate to the entire American people that they are there and not at recess. Okay? On Monday morning at 10:30 a.m., there is going to be a lie told by the Senate to the American people that they are not adjourned, that they are not at recess. They are there. They're going to have a session and they're going to adjourn for 3 days. That is going to happen. It will happen every 4 days for the next 2 weeks. The Senate will lie to the American people and claim they are there. And all it takes is for one senator to walk in and say, you guys are not here. Monday, March 30th at 10:30 a.m., the Senate is going to lie to the American people. Thursday, April 2nd at 7 a.m., the Senate is going to lie to the American people. Monday, April 6th at 1 p.m., the Senate is going to lie to the American people. Thursday, April 9th at 12 p.m., the Senate is going to lie to the American people. They're going to lie. They're going to say, we're here. We're just adjourned for 3 days. We all know they're not. And all it takes is one person to walk in and go, you guys aren't here. I appreciate Mike Lee. I appreciate the senator really trying to answer this question, taking me seriously, not writing me off as some kook. But it is not true that they are at recess. The Senate is not at recess. And you can get them back. All you have to do is ask a question. The House is in session. They are not currently doing 3-day adjournments. The House is in DC. They are working. The Senate is also legally still in session, even though they are not there. They are absent from their jobs. They are claiming to be there, and they are not.
Formal sessions have become a lot more of a thing.
Yeah.
Over the last 13 years since the Noel Cannon case was decided.
Okay, so this case, basically what happened is Barack Obama made some recess appointments during a fake recess. Okay, Barack Obama was like, hey, you guys are at recess. I'm going to make some recess appointments. And then some people did some things. Some of those people did some things. And then somebody sued and was like, that guy's not actually appointed because the Senate wasn't at recess. It was in session. It was a pro forma session. And the Supreme Court upheld this case, right? The Supreme Court upheld these pro forma sessions as legitimate sessions, meaning that they cannot, you cannot make recess appointments during pro forma sessions. That's what he's referring to. He's saying they became more common since this case was decided, which is true. He's right. Like he's just objectively correct about that. Once they got formal permission from the Supreme Court to do this, it became more common. Like nobody's arguing with Mike Lee about that. That's just objectively true.
About 13, 14 years ago.
Yes.
It's an interesting thought. I suppose in theory it could work. There are some challenges to it.
There we go. That's the key. That's the soundbite. In theory, it could work, right? So it means that I have read the rules and the laws correctly. I have read the rules and the laws correctly, okay? The problem here is whether or not the Senate actually respects the law or they care more about their norms. What do they care more about? What's actually written in law or the norms?
If it is anyone other than the majority leader trying to compel members to come back, and anything other than the majority leader saying we are going to be open for debate, we will be having votes cast and things like that, my guess is that most members would not regard that as a legitimate call to return.
But it's not the senator calling, it's the sergeant at arms calling is what the rule says.
That's right. That's right. But still, my point is not that it's about the senator calling it. It's that in order for them to come back, there are a whole bunch of other rules, and the whole bunch of Senate procedure turns on what we refer to as the right of first recognition. The one thing that differentiates every other member in the Senate from the Senate Majority Leader is this longstanding notion that he has the right of first recognition. When multiple people are seeking recognition, he has the right to seek it. There are a whole bunch of other procedural developments within the Senate that turn on that very issue that have to do with the right of first recognition. So it'd be an interesting experiment. It'd be a fun way to make everybody mad. I don't think you would end up having almost any senators return, though, unless the Senate Majority Leader were on board with it and were saying, yes, I'm part of this. We need everybody to come back. We will be having debates and votes this week.
So I guess my question then is, why does the Constitution say you can only be adjourned for 3 days if, like, it seems unconstitutional then that it can't be, the pro forma session can't be disrupted?
Yeah, I'm not saying it can't be disrupted. That is not my point. My point is, if you want it to actually work, you would need to get the majority leader on board.
Once again, thank you, Mike Lee. But this is literally what he just said is you would need to get the majority leader on board, which means that the Senate, while telling us that they can't nuke the filibuster, they can't force the talking filibuster because they don't want to uproot their own rules, are willing to ignore the Constitution. The Senate of the United States will not remove the filibuster and or enforce the talking filibuster because their own rules, which are not in the Constitution and can be overridden by them at any time, they are holding those more sacred than they are holding the Constitution.
Now, I don't actually believe that if I've not heard this from Leader Thune. I want to be very careful to be clear that I am not speaking for him. But
Trump cannot threaten judicial recess appointments because they're not at recess. They are in session. They're in session. They are having pro forma sessions. They're in session. They are legally considered in session. You can't if he threatens it, the Supreme Court will, nobody will accept those appointments. He cannot threaten recess appointments. That's what NLRB versus Cannings is.
Nonetheless, find it difficult to imagine that in the event that the House passed continuing resolution funding the Department of Homeland Security, if that draws an objection and does not pass by unanimous consent.
So this is what's going to happen Monday. Senator Lee is going to say that what's going to happen Monday is the Democrats are going to object to this, and Thune's going to get everybody back.
On Monday during the pro forma session, I strongly I'll be kind of surprised if Thune doesn't call back into session.
Okay. Thank you so much, Senator.
Hey, thank you.
Yep. All right. There you go, guys. There you go. There you go. There is no method outside of Thune to force the Senate to actually convene. No, there is a method. What Senator Lee said is that there is a method, but no other method. President Trump could force them to convene under like an emergency thing, but like it'll just get struck down immediately. Like the Supreme Court's going to go, your legislative agenda is not an emergency, which is correct, right? Like Trump can't just force them to can't go, there's an emergency, and the emergency be, oh, my legislative agenda might not get passed. That's like that's not going to count. Supreme Court will just be like, nope, no. Mm-mm. So the only way to get them to come back is if Senator Thune starts like scheduling votes and stuff. However, technically, you could do what I just described. Any senator can walk onto the floor, go, hey, you're not here. And then they would be forced to come back. Late to the party, did something happen? I mean, I don't know if you saw, but I talked to Senator Lee today. So, there you go. I'm going to go, dude, Levi needs to go outside. I'm going to take Levi outside real quick before it gets dark, and then I will be back, and we will talk about what the filibuster is and is not, and what actually happens. Will 51 senators actually get to the chamber after the quorum call? They can't. The quorum has to be called immediately. There aren't 51 senators in Washington, D.C. currently. The stream needs an outside cam? Absolutely not. You could figure out where I live. That's a terrible idea. What the hell are you talking about? Okay, I'm back. The House cannot impeach senators. I do not believe it is possible for the House to impeach a senator. I think the only way to get a senator out is for the state to recall them, which is not going to happen also. Like, states are not going to recall senators because recalling a senator would require there be a process to recall senators, which there's not. What if they did, though? They could always try. Good luck with that. Good luck. If 51 don't come back, then they're behaving illegally. How would you rectify this? You can't. You can't. You cannot rectify it. You can't recall a senator. That's what I'm saying. You can't do it. You can't recall them. There's no process for like 90% of states. There's not a process. Can't rectify it. You literally can't rectify it. No, like that. If they don't come back, you would have to like hold them in contempt or like arrest them and bring them back by force. Which nobody is gonna do. That's the point. The system has all these things that only work if somebody's willing to use violence. Like the process I laid out only works if you're willing to, in theory, threaten violence. Like if the sergeant at arms is willing to, in theory, threaten to violently grab enough senators and bring them back. They are governing though. That's the point. Like the pro forma session counts as governing. They're not abdicated. They're not abdicated and they're not technically absent until someone says you guys are absent. When was the last time this sergeant at arms did anything violent? He's not, like, I don't know. It's so irrelevant. It doesn't matter. He's never gonna. Rules apply to governments when it comes to doing good things. Yeah. Like, it's not gonna, you can't fix it. The point is, why are you denying democracy? It doesn't work. Like, all this, our government system only works. Like, the United States Republic only functions if you're going to threaten violence every once in a while against people who refuse to do the job. What's literally happening right now in the Senate is that no one is, like, willing to do the job. Who is the sergeant at arms? I don't know. Yeah, dog. Yeah, Jennifer Hemingway. Yeah, this lady's gonna go get the people back, right? Like, Jennifer Hemingway is gonna go get the senators back. When was the last time a state recalled a senator? It's never happened. I don't think it's never happened. It's not possible. I do not believe it's possible. Wyoming, maybe, with Liz Cheney. I think that would be the only example, but I don't think that's never successfully recalled a U.S. senator. You can't do it. This is why primaries matter, guys. No, Liz Cheney was a senator. Oh, she was a rep. Never mind. She was an at-large representative, so she represented the whole state. That's right, yeah. You can't do it. You can't bring them back. You guys got to vote in your primaries. You have to call your senators. That's the other thing. You guys got to call the senators. I say this all the time, and I don't think people listen to me when I say this. You guys, you have to call your senators. You have to call your representatives. You have to call your senators. If you're not calling them once a week, you are not calling enough. Every time you think, wow, I have an opinion on this thing that's happening in Congress. If you are tweeting that but not calling them, you're not doing anything. Okay? You have to call them. I'm not exaggerating. Once a week. I call Bernie Moreno, I call John Huston, I call Mike Ruley once a week. All three of them. I call them at least once a week and say, here's my opinion on this thing. You guys have to call your representatives. People think that to participate, yeah, Legate's making a really good point. People think participating in the government only means like, I vote in the general election and in the primary and I tweet. Like, shut up. You have to call. Call once a week. I text Legate, hey, this thing is happening. Because Legate is a busy guy with a real job. He's Legate is a busy guy with a real job, okay? When something is happening, I text him and I go, hey, dude, call your representative or call your senator about this thing. And he does it. Every time. You have to call them. You guys have to call your senators. You have to call your congressmen. Yeah, AJK, I know they don't call unless groups they don't care unless groups call. But here's the thing. Because no one calls, the group of people that needs to call for them to answer is really small. I bet you this is probably true. I bet you if 20 people called a senator about a single issue, that senator would do what those 20 people with the same opinion, that senator would do what those 20 people said. Or at least consider it. It would make them hesitate. That's how few it takes. You guys have to call. You have to leave the message. You don't want to leave a message? Fine, call them again. Wait till somebody picks up. You gotta call your representatives, guys. You gotta call your senators. I don't know how many times I have to say this. You have to call them. 20 is a lot. Is high. I'm not kidding you. If a congressman got a call, if a congressman got a call from 20 people, he would do whatever they said. You don't need to know 20 people, but just because you don't think 20 people will call is not a reason not to do it. If you're not doing something because you think, 20 people aren't going to do this, which means it's not going to work, that is not a reason not to do it. If everybody who thought that did it, then it would be fine. Like, then there would be 20 people. Tell them you want them to call you back. Call them every day until they call you back and explain the policy to you. Guys, it's not complicated. It's not rocket science. Call your senators. Call your representatives. Say, I want to talk to somebody in the policy office about this. I want to know why the senator is doing it this way. Force them to explain it to you. Because the explanation they're going to give you is going to be dumb. They're going to give you a bad explanation because they think you're stupid. And then you just go, well, actually, I understand this, and this. They're not expecting informed citizens because they think all the informed citizens do is post on Twitter. How did things function so well before the telephone? Before the telephone, there wasn't this much, there wasn't this much shit to manage, guys. Like before the telephone, it didn't matter because there wasn't like so much technocracy and technology and bureaucracy to manage. Like before the telephone, we didn't need to worry about arguing over ICE funding before the telephone because nobody was like, we should let criminal illegals vote. $20 is high. $20 is for the busy senators. I'm not kidding you. Like, I bet you if 5 people called my congressman, Mike Rulli, and said, do this thing this way, I would bet you so much money he would just be like, yeah. Yeah, the telephone comes like the universal advent of a telephone in every home comes around after the 19th Amendment and after we have you know, the 19th Amendment comes around after the universal adoption of the telephone, and Hart-Celler comes around after the universal adoption of the telephone. Like, it's not the telephone that's the important thing here. It's the fact that technology has gotten so much, it's the fact that government has gotten so much worse after technology was invented. So now you have to use the technology. You have to do this stuff, guys. You have to call people. You have to call your senators. Guys, do you understand what goes through a senator or a representative's head when when they get a phone call from a concerned constituent? That's so crazy rare. That's insanely rare. The lack of civic involvement is directly downstream of civic and education. Right. Which is why we're going to talk about the filibuster today. But also, I'm going to order a pizza first while I talk to chat because I'm super hungry and I just saw an ad for pizza. So we're going to talk about the filibuster so you guys can understand. Because what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say on Monday, call your senators' local offices because most of them aren't going to be in D.C., right? Most of your Republican senators are not going to be in D.C. Call your senators' local offices, okay? Call your senators' local offices and say, hey, I watched a video about the filibuster this weekend. I learned about the filibuster this weekend. Here's what I think you should do about it. Here's how I think you should do it. Stream needs a pizza cam. I'm not going to give you a pizza cam, but I am going to order a pizza. Let me try to figure out what kind of pizza I want. You guys have to call your people. Like, yeah, I'm going to order pizza on my telephone. I'm going to call Domino's and I'm going to say, here's how I feel about the legislative filibuster in the Senate. Give my credit card info on stream. It'd be hilarious. That's buyer beware my identity. Buyer beware stealing my identity. Thank you. Dude, I want Donato's. There's no Donato's in Steubenville. I crave Donato's. I'm going to order on the app. I'm not going to call a pizza place while I'm live. I'm going to order on the app. You guys have to call your pizza places. You guys have to call your pizza places. I gotta find this $6.99 deal. Choose any two, $6.99 each. That's what we want. Or do we want to get... Yeah, choose any two, $6.99 each. That's what we want. Add one item. Build your own. Start from scratch. I'm going to get a thin crust. We're going to get a thin crust pizza. Crunchy thin crust. Light sauce. Light sauce. All right, light sauce, chat. We're going to get extra pepperoni. And that's all we're going to get on that pizza is a crunchy with extra pepperoni. Crunchy thin crust with extra pepperoni. You want a hoagie? I don't want a hoagie. I want a mutton lettuce tomato where the mutton is nice and lean. An MLT sandwich, mutton lettuce tomato where the mutton is nice and lean. He clearly said to blave, which is short for to bluff. Liar! He said twoo of. Witch. I'm not a witch, I'm your wife. Though after what you just said, I'm not sure I want to be that anymore. Humpadink! It's clearly someone was playing cards and he cheated. Humpadink, 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 humpadink. I feel like I'm... Okay, I'm wondering if chat is getting this. I'm just doing the bit. I didn't know if chat was following me. Check our delivery address. Make sure it's correct. Continue. Confirm. Humpadink, 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 humpadink. I'm not a witch, I'm your wife. If only we had a Holocaust cloak. Miracle Mac, it fit me so well, Miracle Mac said I could have it. Like gentlemen. Hold on. You seem a decent fellow. I hate to kill you. You seem a decent fellow. I hate to die. You seem a decent fellow. I hate to kill you. You seem a decent fellow. I hate to die. Okay. Let's talk about the filibuster. Inconceivable. All right, chat. I've got my notes here. I'm not going to show them to you because it'll cut. This cuts better later if I... This cuts better later if I leave full screen. Why are you smiling? I admit it. You are better than me. Then why are you smiling? Because I too have a secret. I am not left-handed either. Okay. So, chat. I gotta move the camera. Chat. Okay, chat. There we go. Let's move that bad boy up. Okay. Okay, chat. So, the filibuster. Let's talk about the filibuster. Now, one's in the chat if you think you know what the filibuster is. The filibuster. Not filibustering, but the filibuster. One's in the chat. One's in the chat. Give me ones in the chat if you think you know what the filibuster is. All right, we got 2 ones and a half. Okay, actually, the half is from Mysterion, so we got 1.5. All right, well, we got X text with a 0. The standing one, well, so the fact that you're asking makes me think you do know. The fact that you're asking makes me think you do know what the filibuster is. The fact that you have to ask if I'm talking about the standing filibuster makes me think you do know. I should probably pull my sources up, huh? Oh, wait. No, I have these as files. I downloaded these files. I can open them. I can open the files. I can open the files. Let me go get the files. I have congressional records for 2013 and 2017 for these. I'm not a witch. I'm your wife. Okay. All right, chat. So we have, I mean, Legate says he knows what it is. Legate definitely knows what the filibuster is. Mysterion definitely knows what the filibuster is. I'm going to try to make this kid-friendly so that I can, once again, try to talk Legate into showing one of my videos to his classroom. Going to keep trying. AJK says 3/4. All right. X-Tex is being honest, says he doesn't know. The Mysterion says the standing filibuster would solve the problem and not make the GOP crap itself at the thought of removing it. That's true. Although they're not trying to remove the standing filibuster, they're trying to remove the other one, which is not the one that is not the you can remove both of them. We'll get into this. Everyone be on your best behavior. So true. No one say anything crazy in the chat. All right. So, oh, wait, never mind. We can give up. I'm wearing a shirt with a Marlboro chevron on it. That's definitely not getting into a classroom. Definitely not getting into a classroom, chat. No. You guys should chat. Keep the chat moving. You guys know the drill. The faster the chat moves, the better the engagement rate is, the more they recommend it to people. Okay, so a lot of people think so here's what the filibuster actually is. What happens is that a piece of legislation gets brought to the Senate. All right? Somebody brings a piece of legislation to the Senate and they go, "Let's vote on some legislation." All right? Let's vote on some legislation. Now, they say, let's vote on some legislation, okay? So, they bring a bill to the Senate and they say, let's vote. So they bring this in and they bring in a bill and they say, let's vote. And most people think that what happens is the next thing is that the bill goes over here. The next thing that happens is a vote. That's what most people think happens, right? But that's not what happens. That's not what happens. Actually, the next thing that happens is debate. There's debate. They debate. And during this debate, inside this debate, is when a standing filibuster can happen. So inside here, there's another box that we would call the standing filibuster. Now, the standing filibuster is what you are thinking of when you are thinking of the filibuster. All right? You are thinking of the filibuster as like, oh, they're going to go in there. Somebody's going to go in there and talk. And they're not going to stop talking. All right? They're not going to stop talking. That's the stand. That's, can we, there we go. That's the standing or the talking filibuster, sometimes called this talking. So this is the standing or the talking filibuster. All right. However, what can happen, so to end debate, you need to get what's called, after debate is when the voting happens. Let's do this way, right? So after debate is when the voting happens, okay? After debate is when the voting happens. Vote. And this vote, you need a majority. Okay? Now, this is the body voting. So this is a bill is presented to, let's do this. Brought to the floor. Good catch, AJK. That's a good catch. It is an important distinction that is worth making. So the bill is brought to the floor. Now, to get from here to here, something has to happen to this arrow. Now, the thing that happens here is called, this magic thing that happens is called, hold on, let's undo this. So this is not just a straight line. There's a thing that happens in the middle, okay? And that thing that happens in the middle is called cloture. Cloture, C-L-O-T-U-R-E, cloture. Now, you're saying to yourself, I hear it. I hear you saying, I hardly know her. You're saying to yourself, what is cloture? Now, cloture is the vote that happens to say that debate is over. Okay? Cloture just means that the debate is formally over. Okay? That's what that means. This just means that the debate is formally over. Okay? the filibuster or the silent filibuster or the thing that's currently holding up most of what's going on in the Senate, whether it be DHS funding or the Save America Act, is this right here. To get cloture, you need 3/5. When it's done, I can. I will do that when it's done. And this right here is what I would say is the best way to visualize this is where I would say is the best way to visualize the silent filibuster. That's not okay. We're going to have to just size the text down, I guess, first. The silent filibuster. It's right there. In here. If you blow this up, do that. If you blow this up, right in there is the silent filibuster. Because technically, what happens, and Mysterion has nailed this, this is what the filibuster or nuking the filibuster means. They are saying, no, we're not done debating yet, but no one is doing anything. No one is doing anything. I watched the Senate floor on Thursday. On Thursday, I watched the Senate floor for 5 hours, and there was not a word uttered. And it was, and you want to see a picture of it? I will show you a picture of the Senate floor Thursday while they were filibustering. I will show you a picture of what a filibuster looks like. Here is the Senate. Motion to invoke cloture on the motion to proceed to the consideration of H.R. 7147, the Consolidated Appropriations Act upon reconsideration. This vote right here, you think, oh, why is that on screen? I thought you said that nothing was happening. At the time I took this screenshot, this graphic had been on screen for 4 hours. For 4 hours, there had been nothing. There is nothing happening. This is my senator, John Husted. Okay? He is sitting there on his phone doing nothing. Here are the Senate aides. They're just sitting there talking. They had been sitting there talking for 2 hours. I'm not kidding you. I was watching this. I had it open on this monitor while I was doing work on the other monitor. For 4 hours. This is what the Senate looked like on Thursday. 4 hours. Nothing. And this is this right here is an image of what is technically the filibuster of the Save America Act. This is this silent filibuster right here. Okay? Right there. Like, right there. That is the silent filibuster, chat. Right there. That is the silent filibuster. That right there is the image of the silent filibuster. Every Republican and one Democrat voted to invoke cloture on this rule. Okay? But you needed 60. So it didn't happen. So the filibuster was still happening. Now, this is the filibuster, okay? This is the filibuster. This right here, all of this is the is what a filibuster looks like, okay? This is what a filibuster looks like, okay? Now, that is not how you spell filibuster. I think, by the way, this board has literally everything we've talked about on stream on it. Yeah. Hold on. Let me just take all this and just... Okay. This is filibustering, okay? And this is filibustering too. From here... right there. Cloture. And this is success. That's not how you spell success. That's how you spell success. And this is if it fails. All right. All that's the filibuster, chat. Now, how does one nuke the filibuster? What does it mean to nuke the filibuster? What is nuking the filibuster? My pizza's almost here. Let me check the map. My pizza up the street. Has there always been a silent filibuster, or is this 1970s era politicking? So this is a good question. The filibuster didn't exist because cloture didn't exist, because debate didn't really exist, and you didn't need 60 votes. Like, it's not in the Constitution. Actually, Aaron Burr is the guy who is credited with inventing the filibuster. Aaron Burr, famous for, besides inventing the filibuster... Oh, that's my food. Be right back. Oh, that's fine. Oh, it's fine. You're fine. You're fine. No. You don't need to do that. That's unnecessary, but I appreciate it. I'm back, chat. I'm back. So Aaron Burr is, besides killing Alexander, besides creating the filibuster, besides creating the filibuster, Aaron Burr is most famous for killing Alexander Hamilton. But Aaron Burr invents this idea of right at the bottom of your throat for those gross eating noises while you inhale that slop. That's gross. You didn't need to say any of that. No, he didn't. He got rid of previous question. Is that what he got rid of? Maybe he didn't invent filibuster. Sorry. Anyway, no, there has not always been a filibuster because there was not always a cloture vote. And originally you needed 67 votes. Actually, for a long time, there was no cloture motion, which meant you could just talk forever. Like, you could just keep talking. Woodrow Wilson came up with the cloture vote, I believe, in during the First World War because he wanted to fund some warships and they wouldn't let him do it. They just kept talking. So then he needed 67 for a really long time. And then they changed it to 60 in the 70s, but that's also when the silent filibuster was invented. So the 70s was when the silent filibuster kind of came around. And real talking filibusters are quite rare. But that is the case. Also, fun fact, Cory Booker did not filibuster. He just kept talking. There was no legislation on the floor. He was doing nothing. He was literally just talking for attention. Like if you Cory Booker was literally just talking for attention, and even super liberal Wikipedia, super liberal, what the heck? Why did you do that? That was so weird. Even super liberal Wikipedia in its list of longest filibusters does not list Cory Booker because he wasn't filibustering. Um, I guess I thought there was a table on here. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Cory Booker went for like 25 or 26 hours. So technically he talked for longer than Strom Thurmond, but there was no legislation pending, so it just doesn't count. He was just talking for attention, dude. So it doesn't count. Yeah. The longest filibuster since the year 2000 is actually Ted Cruz on a CR, continuing resolution. Yeah. So nothing. There have been, Cory Booker conducted a speech lasting 25 hours and 5 minutes. This is the longest solo speech in Senate history, but is not considered a filibuster as no legislation was under consideration. It just doesn't count, bro. He just was talking for like over a day for no reason. He was literally just yapping. He was not doing it. He was doing it because he hated Trump. He just talked about how dumb Trump, like, he was like, Donald Trump is evil for like 25 hours. It's the most stupid thing anyone's ever done in the Senate is to just talk for no reason for 25 hours. Like, why? What was the purpose of that? So anyway, chat. What is nuking it? Right? How do you nuke that thing? If I wanted to nuke the filibuster, how would I do that? Allow me to introduce you to Senate Rules 20 and 22. Let me introduce you to Senate Rules 20 and 22, chat. Where my Zoom button at? There we go. You would stop the silent filibuster. Now that you know what it is, you're like, that's stupid. We should definitely get rid of that. Let's do it. All they have to do is force you could get rid of the silent filibuster and keep the talking one so that Democrats would be forced to actually talk, right? Why not do that? Okay. So, Rule 22. I know it seems like doing Rule 22 first is the wrong way to do this. But believe you me, we want to do Rule 22 first. Yapping for 25 hours for no reason is the essence of a post-1980 senatorial conduct. So true. Okay. He shall lay the motion before the Senate, direct the clerk to call the roll, and upon the ascertainment that a quorum is present, the presiding officer shall, without debate, submit to the Senate by a yea and nay vote the question, is it the sense of the Senate that the debate shall be brought to a close? And if that question shall be decided in the affirmative by 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn, except on a measure or motion to amend the Senate rules, in which case the necessary affirmative vote shall be 2/3. Keep in mind, so it's 2/3 to change. Keep that in mind, chat. Somebody's going to ask this as a question in a minute. It's going to be important. It's going to be important. You are thinking of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, which, funnily enough, is actually right here. That's Jimmy Stewart. Present and voting, then said measure, motion, or other matter pending before the Senate or unfinished business shall be unfinished to the exclusion of all other business until disposed of. Thereafter, no senator shall be entitled to speak in all more than 1 hour on the measure, motion, or other matter pending before total of 30 hours, and then the vote is had. Okay. Now, so the question is, how do you get through this? What is nuking the filibuster? Well, let me tell you. All you got to do, let me show you something. So this is the congressional record for this is, by the way, chat, things you can find online that you didn't know you could just find on the internet. This is the congressional record, proceedings and debates of the 113th Congress, first session. So this right here is when they say read things into the record and you know how they keep the record? You can just go get it. Here it is. I went and got one. This is November 21st, 2013. This is the record for the House and the Senate for that day. Okay? This is the record for the House and the Senate. So this is everything that happened in the House and the Senate that day, all written down that we can read. It's a daily newspaper. Pretty cool. Okay. So we're looking for a specific thing here. Now, the thing I am looking for is a specific instance. Okay. So, the Millett nomination. So, this is the Democrat Congress wanted to confirm this judge named Millett. Okay? And Mr. Harry Reid was the Senate Majority Leader at the time. Okay? Now, they vote. They got 57. And so they don't get cloture. That's weird. You didn't get cloture. You need 60 votes. They only got 57. What are we going to do about that? What are they going to do about that? What do you do about that? Well, you only got 57 votes. You need 60 to get cloture. Well, they just changed the rules. Said you only need 51 votes to get cloture. Now, here's the part where I suspect someone in chat will have a question. They changed the rules. You only need 51 votes to get cloture on judges other than Supreme Court judges. Other than Supreme Court justices, you only need 51 votes to get cloture. They didn't have 60, so they changed the rules. Does anybody in chat have a question? You remember I said you guys were going to have a question about that. I think I said somebody would probably have a question about that. Except on a measure or motion to amend the Senate rules, in which case, isn't that against the rules? Doesn't the rule say you need 67 votes to change the rules? So, wait, they couldn't get 60, so they got 67 votes. No. This is the part where I will introduce you to Rule 20. Senate Rule 20. A question of order may be raised at any stage. No, 67. To change the rules, to get cloture for a rule change, you need 2/3. So you need 67. So they couldn't get 60, so they got 67? No. A question of order may be raised at any stage of the proceedings except when the Senate is voting ascertainment. Unless submitted to the Senate, shall be decided by the presiding officer with debate, subject to an appeal of the Senate. When an appeal is taken, any subsequent question of order which may arise before the decision of such appointment shall the presiding officer without debate. Thereupon shall be held affirming the presiding officer may submit any question of order for the decision of the Senate. So to make it, if you make a question of order, you only need 51 votes. Okay? And here's where we come back to 2013, November 21st, 2013. I raise a point, Mr. Reed says, I raise a point of order that the vote on cloture under Rule 22 for all nominations other than for Supreme Court of the United States is a majority vote, not a 3/5, is a majority vote. The President pro tempore. Under the rules, the point of order is not sustained. Okay, well, he's wrong. Okay. Interesting. Moving on. Not moving on. Mr. Reed, I appeal the ruling of the chair and ask for the yeas and nays. Is there a sufficient second? Then Mr. McConnell interrupts. Mitch McConnell goes on. He goes back and forth with the chair for a while. They go back and forth. Mr. Reed returns to, I ask for the yeas and nays. The President pro tempore, the yeas and nays are requested. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll. The result was announced. Yeas 48, nays 52. The President pro tempore, the decision of the chair is not sustained. McConnell asks for it again to try to overturn the overturning. It fails. The Senate sustains the decision of the chair. The majority leader, Mr. Reed, what is the pending question before the Senate? Pursuant to Rule 22, the chair lays before the Senate the pending cloture motion, which the clerk will state. Reads as follows. Cloture motion. The clerk will call the roll. The cloture motion goes through. They get 55 votes. Upon reconsideration, the motion is agreed to. What just happened there? What happened is that the majority of the Senate agreed that where Senate Rule 22 says 3/5, that right here, where it says by 3/5 of senators duly chosen, the majority of the Senate agreed that what that means is that for nominations other than Supreme Court nominations, that just means majority. The Senate decided that where it says 60, it means 51. That, chat, is the nuclear option. That is the nuclear option. Now, you'll recall that we only need 51 votes for Supreme Court nominees now, too. That's interesting. How did that happen? I will take you, once again, to the congressional record, this time to April 6th, 2017. I will take you to April 6th, 2017. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell says, therefore, I raise a point of order that the vote on cloture motions on cloture under the precedent set in November 21st, 2013 is a majority vote for all nominations. The presiding officer, the precedent of November 21st, 2013 did not apply to nominations to the Supreme Court. Those nominations are considered under the plain language of Rule 22. The point of order is not sustained. Madam President, I appeal the ruling of the chair. We get the reverse of what happened in 2013. We get the reverse of what happened in 2013. And we go on. And we get the nuclear option for Supreme Court justices. There you go. You get the nuclear option for Supreme Court justices. That's how you get it. Now, so the nuclear option is when the nuclear option is when 51 senators decide that 3/5 means majority. Via Rule 22. So Rule 22, Rule 20, they use Rule 20 to reinterpret Rule 22. There you go. So, the thing that we want John Thune to do and the Republicans to do is we want them to use Rule 20 to reinterpret Rule 22, either to get rid of cloture altogether, the legislative filibuster. That's why this is sometimes referred to as the legislative filibuster. Because the nominative, or filibuster for nominations, the nominative filibuster is already gone. We've already nuked that. So what we want John Thune to do is get rid of the legislative filibuster. The other option is he could use Rule 20 to reinterpret Rule 22, forcing them to actually be talking. He could say that that it's assumed closed if they haven't talked for X amount of hours. I'm so hungry. I'm sorry. I keep silent filibustering the stream. But there you go, chat. That is the filibuster. I think that's everything. Yes, that is everything. That is the technical reason why just going to screenshot it. That is the technical reason why okay, well. I put it in the wrong chat. It's in roll call. It's in the Discord, though. I put it in the wrong chat. That is the technical reason why the SAVE Act is not passing, chat. There you go. There are the technical reasons, the real things happening to prevent the SAVE Act from passing. Any questions? It will be dead. It will be dead because the filibuster will be dead either way. Is the idea here, right? It's gonna be dead whether or not we kill it when the Democrats are in power, because they were gonna kill it. So we need to kill it to do the things we need to do to prevent them from getting power to a degree that would be extremely harmful to America. That is the idea of it, if that makes sense. That is the idea. No, it was me. I was muted. I was muted. So that is why we should do it, because they're going to do it either way, okay? They're going to do it either way. So we need to do it we have to just get rid of it so that we can get the things done that we need to get done. Not really a choice at this point, whether or not what we do. Would you be arguing for the elimination of both? No, I think we should get rid of the silent filibuster. No, I was muted, guys. You didn't have to refresh. I was muted. It was my bad. I think we should get rid of the silent filibuster, honestly. I think we should just get rid of the silent filibuster. And keep the talking one. And try it first. I think we should try to keep the talking one. Like, if we try to keep the talking one, but they're able to, like, filibuster still, like, they're doing a good job. Because the idea of the talking filibuster is basically they would have to be talking 24/7. The idea of the talking filibuster is that there would be a Democrat on the floor talking constantly, which would just be so funny. Like, in theory, I'd like to try that first. Now, that might not work. But if it doesn't work, then we can nuke the standing too. But we should just try by first nuking the talking, or nuking the silent. And we can try, like, just see what has happened. The thing is, the silent filibuster is just a joke. Like, it's not real. There's nothing real about the silent filibuster. It's a lie that gets told collectively that, like, we're still debating. You know? Like, why would we do that? There's no reason to continue that. The talking filibuster, I'm willing to keep around to see if we can, basically. It might be possible that we just nuke them both. I have no idea if the Articles of Confederation had a filibuster. There is no filibuster in the Constitution. It's just like... it's just a rule of the Senate. That sucks. I got some Alfredo on my shirt. Yeah, but it was also a monocameral. The Articles of Confederation, there are a lot of libertarians who, like, want to LARP like the Articles of Confederation were good, but they sucked, dude. Like, they were terrible. The talking filibuster, yeah, Legate is getting the point here also. The idea here, chat, is that if we force the Democrats to talking filibuster, like, dude, imagine if we got a Democrat if they had to keep a Democrat on the floor 24 hours a day talking for a week about why they didn't want to make people prove their citizenship to vote. What is the point of the filibuster? The filibuster is an emergent phenomena that comes from protecting debate over legislation in the Senate as a deliberative body. There is no point to it. The point of it is to block legislation by keeping talking. It's not worked for a really long time. That's why nobody talking filibusters anymore. Because nobody's talking filibustered successfully in decades. But yeah, no. The idea of it is to force the Democrats to stand on the floor talking constantly about why they don't want voter ID. Yeah, Strom Thurmond wasn't successful. He talked for hours. But also, those are solo filibusters. That's a different category. Like, you can filibuster as a group, right? Like, you can filibuster as a group. Because you can just keep talking. You can just have a different person talking, right? So the idea would be that there would still be a 60-vote cloture motion, but it would only be necessary if somebody had been, like, speaking within the last, like, let's say we did it, like, if there's a gap, if nobody has spoken, if nobody has made a speech for an hour in 30 minutes, if there hasn't been at least an hour of speech in, or like you could do like, for every 2 hours that pass, an hour and a half of it must consist of a senator speaking. And if so, then you can ask for cloture. You can do a cloture vote. You could do a cloture. You would need cloture for that. But if nobody has spoken for, like, if 2 hours passes and there's only been 1 hour of speaking, then like cloture is assumed to have been reached. You could do it that way. If no, you could do like if nobody's spoken in 30 minutes. Yeah, you have to keep talking. Like, that's the idea, is like you have to keep talking. It's figuring out a way to enforce that you have to keep talking. That's the talking filibuster.
Minutes to the gentleman.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar number 69. House Resolution 1142. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, the House shall be considered to have taken from the Speaker's table the bill H.R. 7147, making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes, with the Senate amendment thereto, and to have concurred in the Senate amendment with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-21.
The gentleman.
So this is what happened. This happened Friday. This happened last night in the House. So you'll notice that they said yeah, I know. It's not my job to work out the specifications of it, Mysterion. That's the idea. Like, it's not, I'm not going to figure it out. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm not going to figure it out. I'm just saying, like, here's a general idea of what you would do, right? So you'll notice that they said agreeing to the it's on the Speaker's desk, the Senate. Now, Let's poll YouTube. Senate. Unanimous consent. 2:30 a.m.
2 a.m. This
that could not be card essentially.
They have the footage of it.
have called.
Now I'll note President Trump did announce on Truth Social overnight.
This might be it.
President, an American traveler will be owed because Homeland Security going without been reduced to. Answer. Assault to fund. If I were Democrats right now to actually want to. It's an appalling comment. Well, Mr. President, Democrats got their issue, I guess. And in the.
That's not it. Where is the video of Thune? 2:30 a.m. bill. Where's the video? Here we go.
Action via reconciliation to preserve the tax.
Nope. Nope. None of this is right. None of this is what I wanted. Anyway, can't find it. It's not there. John Thune and 5 senators, no ICE, no TSA. Then yeah, that's the idea. John Thune and 5 senators were like in the Senate at 2:30 in the morning, and they passed this bill by unanimous consent, which means nobody objected. So they passed it by unanimous consent, which means nobody objected. It was the bill with the no ICE funding. The House didn't like it. So you'll notice that they said accepting the Senate amendment and adding the House amendment. So here's the thing about that. The House amendment says that the House amendment says, we're replacing the Senate amendment, and it replaces the Senate amendment with just like the original text, basically. So it accepts the Senate amendment, but then the very next thing is like, ignore that. So that's what happened.
The lady from Minnesota is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're here tonight to debate the rule providing for consideration of Senate amendment for H.R. 7147, the further additional continuing appropriation acts of 2026. The rule provides for that the House shall be considered to have taken from the Speaker.
Okay, so this was not last night at 9:30. They did this last night at 9:30, and then they adjourned. So they debate about it. But yes, last night at 9:30, they had this debate and replaced the Senate amendment with the House amendment and then passed it. So there we go. There you go, chat. They passed it with ICE funding. All of which is the stuff that Senator Lee was telling me earlier today. When Senator Lee earlier today said, hey, I think Thune's going to call him back. And the reason that he thinks they're going to call him back, he thinks Thune is going to call everyone back, is because he thinks because he said that what's going to happen Monday is during the pro forma session, the chair is going to attempt to pass the House bill. Did they just waste a week to pass the House version anyway? No, because what's going to happen is the chair is going to attempt to pass the House bill Monday morning, and then some Democrat's going to be assigned to be there and go, I object, and they can't pass it via unanimous consent. Because then what's going to happen is he's going to go, I object, and they're going to go, as for the yeas and nays. And then they're going to have to vote. And they're not going to be able to vote because they can't get cloture because they don't even have 60 people there. So then Thune's going to have to call them all back, which means that Mike Johnson, I spent all morning trying to figure out how you could force John Thune to call everyone back, or how you could, how any senator could call everyone back through a little trick. And it turns out that Mike Johnson just did it anyway. Like, Mike Johnson effectively has called everyone. Like, Mike Johnson has effectively forced the Senate to come back by passing this bill so quickly, because now Monday morning, the Senate's going to go, we passed this by unanimous consent. And the Democrats are going to go, no. And then everybody's going to have to come back. Crazy. Let's watch the Benny Johnson.
The president and the
Try and find the Benny Johnson clips. Was government ever not so convoluted, or am I just too stupid to understand politics? It was never. The good thing about the United States Republic is that it has encoded all the convoluted things that happen because everybody kind of has to say what they think. Or what they're doing. So politics has kind of always been this convoluted, but because a lot of it was off the record and just scheming behind the scenes, and there wasn't so much strict record keeping in monarchies in the Middle Ages and the early modern period and and all that happened kind of behind the scenes. It didn't appear as complicated, but it's always been this complicated. Just now everyone has to make a record of what they think and say, which makes it more obvious what's going on.
The Senate.
I could talk about Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz.
Exactly.
And obviously, Ilhan Omar, the president and the White House have been out saying that she married her brother, that there is immigration fraud going on here. These are deportable denaturalization offenses. Can you give us an update on that?
Yeah, so we actually think that Ilhan Omar definitely committed immigration fraud against the United States of America. And I talked to Stephen Miller about this actually recently. We're trying to look at what the remedies are. That's the thing that we're trying to figure out is what are the legal remedies now that we know that she's committed immigration.
What is this second wire on the microphone? Sorry. I know we're supposed to be talking about politics and whatnot. What is the second wire on the microphone?
Immigration fraud. How do you go after her? How do you investigate her? How do you actually do the thing? How do you build the case necessary to get some justice for the American people? There's a related issue, Benny, which is she has been at the center of a lot of the worst fraudsters in the Somalian community. So do I know that Ilhan Omar was aware that the Quality Leering Center was defrauding the American people? I'm not certain of it, but we at least need to investigate it, because if
Cut Hennepin County out of the state of Minnesota. No. Nah, you guys have to keep it.
people can commit wrongdoing without even the fear that they're going to be found out, that's a fundamental problem. So I'm worried about the immigration fraud. I'm also worried about, what did Ilhan Omar know about what was happening in the Somali community, and why was nobody looking into it until, frankly, Donald Trump came along?
Okay, so she definitely committed immigration fraud. So we can look forward to, for sure, at some point, Ilhan's getting deported. Minnesota hasn't voted Republican since before Nixon. They chose this. They voted Republican for Nixon. 72. 72, they voted for Nixon. That was the last time Minnesota voted Republican. (1972) this was the map. There was the map. Who was this? Hold on. Who was Hospers? That was the map. 520 electoral votes, chat. Can you even imagine that? I can't imagine that. What will 2028 look like after SAVE gets passed? Not this good. Not this good. Not this good. Why is there... Oh, you're in Minnesota. Here we go. Governor... List of governors. Here we go. You guys elected a Reform Party governor? What the? That's crazy. Minnesota elected a Reform Party governor. That's insane. You elected Jesse Ventura. Wild. Crazy. Yeah, he was elected the first time 11 days before I was born. I didn't know that. I don't got Minnesota governors on lock, all right? That's not something I got on lock. I'm going to feed the dog. You go potty? Levi, you go potty? No? Okay, you just want food. I might have to take him out again, chat. Might have to take him out again. Crazy. That's insane, chat. I did not know they elected an independent Reform Party.
They're going to pass it within the first hour if they take power, and it's more likely that they take power if we don't do it, because we're not going to be passing any legislation. They're not going to approve anything. We're going to go 3.25 years. There won't be one bill that we're going to pass, because the easiest thing to pass is exactly right now what they won't pass. And they'll do that, and they'll wreak havoc. But let's assume they get it. They're doing it anyway, so it wouldn't matter. They're doing it anyway. And, you know, I have a case where I have great U.S. attorneys that can't be approved because of the blue slips. The blue slips, I think you should terminate blue slips, too. It's a mental termination because it's really a custom. But if you have a...
oh, my gosh. Now I have to explain blue slips. This is the worst stream in the history of mankind. No wonder my viewership goes down every week. Every week. Less viewers than the last. I'm not going to have time to explain blue slips tonight, chat. I'm just going to have to wait for next week.
Democrat senator or two is bad, but it doesn't make any difference. If you have one senator writes a negative letter on some great U.S. attorney, we had it in Manhattan, Southern District. Jay Clayton, one of the most respected lawyers in the whole country, by far, one of the most respected, and couldn't get approved. The courts approved him. The courts couldn't believe it. They did it like instantly. He went to the best schools, got the best marks, top of his class. Everything was perfect. I mean, he was like led the perfect life. Went to Sullivan and Cromwell.
So I got... I'm not going to spend a week learning about Jesse Ventura as... dude, what the... I'm not going to learn about Jesse Ventura. Could not be less relevant.
Now that we have the fraud task force here inside the United States, what will you guys be doing different than something that we haven't done before to tackle fraud here?
Well, two really big things, Nick. So the first of all is we're going to be coordinating across the government in a way that's really never been done before to focus on anti-fraud. So let's say, for example, that Scott Bessent or somebody at the Secretary of Treasury's office sees a fraudulent payment made, but it's not, it's not at the Treasury Department, it's at the Center for Medicare and Medicaid. There's going to be coordination now so that when one person in the government sees fraud happening, they're actually telling everybody else so that...
Okay. Yeah, that's neat. Data Center Moratorium Act. All right, hold up. Hold up. Don't make
for
me...
being here. The Congresswoman and I are going to be chatting about an enormously important issue.
Stalling? He's just stalling? There's 30 minutes of this? Good grief. Guys. Ohio data center ban. We could talk about the Ohio data center ban. Isn't that on the ballot? That's on the ballot, right? It's on the ballot. Proposed amendment to ban huge data centers in Ohio can move to next step. Yeah. Proposed amendment to stop future construction of huge data centers in Ohio can move to the next step as backers of the idea try to bring it to voters this fall. Yeah. Attorney General Dave Yost certified the petition. Yes, it's going to be on the ballot. Filed by 5 Southwest Ohio residents who want to ban data centers using more than 25 megawatts a month. Allows the process to move to the Ohio ballot board, which will review the proposed amendment. If it's a single ballot issue, then the group can gather signatures. Why are we what are we doing? Good grief. The millennials, dude. You can't. What is up with this? Millennials. It's on like I'm not saying it. As far as we're concerned right now, the thing we're most concerned with, we're passing through that, so we're stoked and ready to roll it out. Residents working on the amendment in a few and mostly said residents are working on the amendment. Said the residents working on the amendment in few mostly rural counties have come together as Ohio residents responsible for responsible development. He said they know after the ballot board process. There we go. He said they know after the ballot board decision that they have a huge job ahead to gather 413,487 valid signatures from half of Ohio's 88 counties by July 4th because a number of signatures are likely going to be tossed out as invalid. It's expected they'll need to turn in close to 700,000. Dude, okay, hold on. How do I text this guy and tell him? How do I send a message to this guy and tell him that the entirety of Jefferson County will sign it? Yeah, I will sign this, and I will get a bunch of my friends to sign it too. I will get so many people to sign this. I don't have 700,000 people, but I can get so many people to sign this. We will get people to sign this, dude. Absolute easy clap, dude. Easy clap. Easy clap. Hello? Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, that's great. They need 700,000 though, because it's invalids. What is it going to be invalid? What if I mean, I'm not invalid, but like, are students in Steubenville invalid? Students who are temporary, are they going to be counted as invalid signatures? What do you think counts as an invalid signature for that? I'll take it up to the university campus. I'll just start telling them to sign it or I'll beat them up. I'll just threaten to beat up the frannies. Bro, easy. I'll just be like, hey, this petition says no data centers in Ohio. I will beat you up if you don't sign it. Easy 5,000 signatures. Is that invalid? In California, they're paying homeless black guys to sign petitions and getting away with it. Why can't I threaten to beat up a few frannies? I don't see what the problem here is. I don't think there's an issue here. I think that's correct. I think that's the best way to go about this. I think it's pretty simple. All right. If they are Ohio voters who sign under their true county, it probably would count. Interesting. 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 That's good to know, I guess. Can we talk about this thumbnail? When I scroll over it, it starts playing. But this thumbnail right here, the Rachel Wilson thumbnail, nothing against Rachel Wilson. This is against Brian and whatever. But like, what are we doing? Like, I could not tell who that was. I was like, who is, like, I couldn't tell who that was until, like, I read Rachel Wilson and I was like, why is Rachel Wilson not in the thumbnail? What the heck is a clanker balls? Yo, what?
Just about everyone is.
Yeah, especially whatever podcast doing that, where they're like just airbrushing so much it's unrecognizable. What? Like whatever podcast being the ones to do that? Talk about the hypocrisy.
Seen it happen or has come close. Just about everyone has seen it happen or has come close to seeing it happen at the Chapel Street Bridge in Newark.
I've seen the aftermath of them getting hit.
Yeah. You have pictures of it?
I think I do have a picture.
Yeah, trucks clearly warned the bridge is only 12 feet tall. Give it a go anyway and get stuck. It has happened 60 times here since 2005. I shot this video here in 2015, and the most recent strike came earlier this month.
Why are we calling them clanker balls?
Went up.
There's this huge white box truck completely stuck underneath the bridge. Passed by about an hour later. It looked like they had ripped him out.
Yo, it's just random white boys that had nothing to do in this afternoon. That's all the interviews are, just random white boys.
Every bridge strike could mean a major disruption on the busy rails that run through town, so the clankers are up on the north side of the bridge, and the south side will go up soon.
The clankers are up on the north side of the bridge. The freaking clankers, they're on the north side of the bridge. Rah.
And it will also get the same treatment nearby Cascio Mill Road got in 2022 when they got clankers, sensors,
clankers,
lights, and lots of warning signs. DelDOT says their clanker plan here at Delaware's most frequently.
He's just dropping the R. He's just dropping so many hard R's, dude. He's just dropping all the hard R's, dude. Clanker this, clanker that. Clanker, can I borrow some RAM? All I could think was, Clanker, how you going to borrow RAM?
Hit bridge has worked really, really well. Same deal at the state's other clanker sites in Milford and near Delaware Park. Bridge strikes at Cascio Mill Road, which is a much lower bridge, by the way. They've gone way, way down since the clanker balls were introduced a couple years ago. But DelDOT says they have still seen some people driving trucks. They come up, they hit the balls, they slow down to see what happened, they realize what happened, and they still just keep on driving anyway.
They'll hit the clankers, they stop, and then...
Bro, I hit clankers all the time, and then I stop and go, what did I... Oh, I just hit some clankers? No big deal. They're not people.
And have still proceeded and hit the bridge.
One popular theory is that some of the strikes are by University of Delaware students moving in or out and, not used to driving big rental box trucks. And by the way, the clankers have been so successful here that other states have started asking DelDOT about their very creative solution.
Ohio, California, for example, we've had municipalities.
It's not students. It's not students. Mysterion has said what it is. It is not students. Mysterion knows. It is the clankers, dude.
And other agencies.
Clankers hanging from poles in the street. That's how I want them. I want all the clankers hanging from poles in the street.
Because they were having the same issue.
Another set of clankers is set to go up at a low rail bridge in Newport, Delaware as well, and this set on Chapel Street should be done really, really soon. In Newark, Delaware, Tim Furlong, NBC 10 News.
Dude, are you guys ready for these comments? These comments are going to be insane, chat. Are you guys ready for the comments? They put what on the road? Those damn clankers. Clank. Oh, that was weird. Crash noise. My stupid ass giggled every time he said clankers or balls. Yeah. What do you mean? That's why we're here. This video has 2.2 million views. You think everybody came because they're really interested in what NBC 10 Philadelphia has to say about Delaware's Department of Transportation? Nah. We're all here because the word clanker and balls are in the title. All right? Delaware's clanker balls are so great that other states want clanker balls in their roads. Stop now or kaboom. Welcome to Delaware. Please don't ignore the balls. Clankers, balls, kaboom, can opener. Dude, these comments suck. What? I want the funny comments. Show me the funny comments. Bro. Alright, that sucks. Clanker balls, dude. Clanker balls. Imagine getting teabagged by a clanker. What is it? What is this video? Why is it getting recommended to me? Death Trap, the worst bicycle I've ever reviewed. That's crazy. I don't what? That's insane, dude. Clanker balls. I can't get over clanker balls. That's so funny. YouTube's really dumb if it thinks I care about local news channels after I watch the clanker balls video. I'm not interested in the clanker balls video, okay? Dude, I don't care about Department of Transportation videos. YouTube, what are we doing? It was because it had clanker balls in the title, all right? Dude, clanker balls is so funny. Yo, 79 gas rationing video? I bet that's fun.
This is unreal. Isn't this disgusting? Why doesn't anybody contact the president? Why is he letting this happen to us?
To sum up in the word of one irate motorist, the first day of the odd-even system was a disaster.
Y'all voted for Jimmy Carter. This is on you.
Gas lines at many stations were a lot longer than normal.
Line today is longer than it's ever been. I have no explanation for it.
This gas line at one...
Dude, 70s New York accents. They still had them. They still had the accent in New York in the 1970s. That's kind of hard.
Station on the Upper West Side ran from...
Upper West Side?
96th Street.
He's not even trying to do the news voice. Ran from 96th Street.
And West End Avenue all the way up to 102nd Street. As might be expected, the longer the line and waiting time, the angrier some motorists became.
I think it's terrible. I really think it's terrible.
I think it's terrible. I really think it's terrible.
There's no shortage. I don't believe there's a shortage.
The odd-even system can't do anything.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I was making fun of his voice. I take it back. I take it back. Don't clip it. No, just kidding. I don't give a shit. This is... He does have aura, though. He does have aura, though. I don't believe there's a shortage. Dude, oh my gosh. What a handsome gentleman. I bet he would. I bet he didn't. I bet his culture is still very much intact.
About the problem of no gas. Some of the people online here have been in other lines and still don't have a tank of gas.
This is the second gas line this morning.
What happened at the first one?
They ran out.
I've been in 2 gas lines already.
This morning?
This morning.
How long did you wait for the first one?
I've been in both lines over an hour, and I'm out of gas. Dead out.
Most service station operators were not following the new regulations to the letter. Drivers with more than a half a tank of gas should have been turned away, but no one was checking.
I don't intend doing that. It's too risky.
This morning we're a little short on help, so we are not checking gauges. But from what the purchases have been, there really is no need because they're all getting large sales.
What are we trying to do?
Well, my son is trying to see how much.
Somebody just texted me, quote, this is a real quote. Somebody just texted me this. Somebody just texted me, she clanker on my balls till I bridge. Somebody just texted me that. There you go.
Gas we have left in the tank, and whether we can make it out on the Sawmill River Parkway. So he stuck his walkie-talkie antenna in the tank, which I do not see we're going to get out.
Well, all you motorists with odd number plates, tomorrow, it's your turn. I'm Frank Casey, Action News.
I'm Frank Casey, Action News. That's so funny, dude. They were doing it by odd and even plate numbers, which is interesting. I did not know that. That's interesting. Dude, let's just watch 80s video. 80s, 70s, and 80s. This is a digital camera in 1988. Yeah, this is digital because it's interlaced, I can tell. Is it digital or is it is the scan interlaced? Is the scan interlaced?
Michelle, give me a cheeseburger, large fries, and a medium Dr. Pepper. Okay.
All right, chat. All right, price guesses. Cheeseburger, fries, and a medium Dr. Pepper. Give me a cheeseburger, large fries, and a medium Dr. Pepper. Give me a price. Let's go, chat. Price guesses. Price guesses. $2. $2 was my guess. I was guessing this is gonna be like $2.99, $1.69. Yeah. $6. If you think $6, there's no way it's $6, right? I mean, that's only like $3 more than it costs today. Don't look it up. No, that's cheating. Cheeseburger, large fries, medium Dr. Pepper.
Okay. Jolene. Hi, guys.
Be a McDonald's Comets kid.
She's got my way, kid.
Large Dr. Pepper, large Coke, medium fry, large fry. So probably 2 cheeseburgers. Oh my gosh! It was like $2.15. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it said 534 on the register. That's insanely cheap. Yeah, it's 534.
Look at my fingernail. This is what happens. This Todd Helvig did this to my fingernail. Pretty girl. Hi. Hey, cheese. Huh? That's big apple. Remember, look, I can't get with me.
Chat. Oh my gosh. What is going on? Oh, it's just like randomly push in on a black guy and go Afro man. What the dude?
Afro man.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't you do that. I see it. I see you do it. I see you start. Don't do it.
Someone stuck their face. Oh well, if this ever gets started. I got you both, kinda. I got you both.
Oh my gosh, 534 was for all three of them. It wasn't 2, it was 3. $534 was for all 3 of those. It was for 3 people. I'm gonna Fed post. I'm gonna Fed post. I'm like so close. Blow my shit smooth off. Honestly, blow my shit smooth off. Blow my shit smooth off. What the fuck, dude? Raymond! Oh, Raymond. So generous. I so appreciate you. I don't know if I say enough, but I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much, Raymond. You really don't have to do that every week, and I really appreciate that you do. It's so nice. I really do appreciate it. I don't think I say it enough. Thank you so much, man. We're watching 70s and 80s videos, like home videos and newscasts, and realizing that like this is like insane. They paid $5.34 to feed 3 people at McDonald's, and then when they sat down, they zoomed in on a random black guy and went, "Afro man." Literally punched all the way in on this random black guy and just said, "Afro man."
Afro man.
Oh my gosh. This is a different planet. Forget a different country. Did somebody just say that? I feel like I just saw somebody say that. If not, watch footage of 1980s Rome. I think I would actually become depressed. I think if I had to look at 1980s Rome, I think I would actually become depressed. Oh, dude, Raymond, you have to go back to watch the Clanker Balls. Dude, Clanker Balls was hilarious. Yeah. Raymond, you are going to find this hilarious. This video is about like it's a low bridge mechanism, right? Like it's a low bridge like prevention mechanism that they call Clanker Balls. And there you go. There's a look at the Clanker Balls. But they just kept saying Clanker Balls and said it in clankers. There you go. There's a picture of the Clanker Balls for you. There you go. That's the idea of what they are. But yeah, dude, they were saying some crazy. They were spouting some crazy stuff, dude. Come to Delaware, our clankers roll their balls all over your truck. Clanker balls is so funny, dude. Yeah, it's so funny. Oh gosh, 1980s Rome, 35mm archive footage. All right, I'll watch it because it's 35mm. That's not 35mm, by the way. That's the wrong aspect ratio. '80s Night Streets of Rome, 1967. Secret of Rome, 1967. Oh, this is so depressing. Yeah, guys, drop suggestions in the Discord for what you want me to watch next. Dude, this flea market looks cleaner than the Walmart in Steubenville in 2026.
The poor live hand by jowl, and the boy who's terracotta atmosphere in.
Gosh. My goodness. Just got some reading to do, chat. Just some reading I have to do. Just some reading I want to do. I'm just gonna do some reading. That sentence, oh my, I'm gonna cry. That is one of the most beautiful sentences I've ever heard in my life. Imagine living in a society where you could choose to be poor and to live with people rather than work all day till you were exhausted and depressed. I mean, that's literally part of Steubenville. Like, we don't, like, Steubenville, we're not, but still. Without being an addict. Yeah, like, the laziness thing is like, you have to understand this is 67, right? So he's talking about laziness where it's just like, yeah, you're not in the grind all day. 1967 lazy was different than 2026 lazy, right? 2026 lazy is I want to be high and sit in the street. 1967 lazy is like, I'd rather work 3 days a week than 5 and, have less money, but I get to be happy and live with my friends and appreciate life. really is, where they're like, this is the slums, and we're like, I would give I would give anything to live there. Like, I you just showed me the slums of 1967 Rome, and I was like, I would give you my left. I would give you my like every finger on my left hand. I would give you my entire left hand. I'd give you my left nut to live there, dude. In that time.
Shade.
This is why, guys. This is why the migration is a problem. Just here to grill kind of got it. This is what mass migration does to your country. It turns this into. Ugh. I was just gonna be depressed if we did this. He didn't believe me, guys. Oh my gosh. No one is fat. I have yet to see a fat person. All right, I've got Madrid on a Sunday. I'll see you later, J Doge. We're not trying to wallow, we're trying to appreciate the past. This is cool. This is sick. This one doesn't depress me at all. This one's just sick. This is just cool. This is Francoist Spain, honestly. This is Francoism. You're gonna have to move to Tokyo to live somewhere it's clean. The obesity thing, yeah, I know that people used to eat more and now they eat less, and exercise isn't enough to explain it. It's honestly, it's just gonna be like, I mean, I think it's just the fake food, to keep it real, to like be totally honest. I think it's really just keeping it. I think it's just the fake food. I think it's just the fake food. This is another one that I don't find 80s London depressing. I think it's something about it being Rome that is especially depressing to me. Like this I just find interesting. This is not especially clean either. Yeah, the fact that it's quiet is weird. I just noticed that. That is eerie. It is so eerie. That's creepy. I just noticed it's quiet. No, there's audio. There's audio. I can hear the audio. Like, there's footsteps. Nobody is talking. That's creepy, dude. 1990 McDonald's opened.
Well, it's been 14 years in the making.
Hold on. Did I... Please somebody tell me they saw what I just saw. I swear am I hallucinating? Did I see the thing I thought I just saw at the end of this as recommended? I think am I like clicked the next thing I didn't even like think about it. Hold on. I just like clicked the next video. Please somebody tell me they saw that. Did somebody see Enoch Powell? I swear I just saw Enoch Powell, dude. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. I did see the video. Okay. I was like, what the? Okay. Okay. All right. We're good. I saw it and then like it didn't click. I just saw the McDonald's. I was like, Moscow McDonald's. That's a pretty cool video. Let's watch that. And then it didn't like click with me immediately. That it was like, wait, Enoch Powell. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Enoch Powell, don't worry about that. I was shocked to see an Enoch Powell video, is all. Don't worry about why. I'm surprised YouTube recommends Enoch Powell in 2026. That's crazy to me.
Well, it's been 14 years in the making, and today, finally, McDonald's threw open the doors to its first restaurant in Moscow. And make no mistake, this was an event of major gastronomic proportions. Our Moscow correspondent Don Murray savored the cultural revolution that surrounds the Big Mac's arrival in Moscow.
A feast in the time of plague. The words of Alexander Pushkin, Russia's greatest poet. In this new time of
A feast in the time of plague is wild. That's a crazy thing to just throw out. A feast in the time of plague. To just throw out as a description of McDonald's opening. Wild. That's so funny.
troubles on the square that bears his name and statue, Pushkin now contemplates McDonald's.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences.
The question is, was this the feast he wrote about? They opened what may be the world's largest hamburger stand this morning, and Pushkin's descendants crowded in. Their verdict on the feast was mixed. I don't like it at all, he says. It's not Russian.
It's very beautiful. Why did you? It's McDonald's. Why did you go? I don't like it at all. It's not a Russian. What? Why did you go?
But I expected more, I think.
This woman doesn't know what she just ate, but she says it was unusual and delicious. We're all hungry in this city, she says. We need more of these places. There's nothing in our stores or restaurants. If you're McDonald's with a restaurant...
She to the gulag. She got sent to the gulag. She's dead.
Restaurant that can serve up to 15,000 meals a day, how do you ensure that you don't run out of food like everyone else? The answer lies in a Moscow suburb, a complete food processing plant, part of McDonald's $50 million investment here, where 14,000 buns per hour are baked. where 3,000 tons of potatoes are peeled and measured, where 10,000 patties an hour are prepared and frozen. That's expensive, and so is the end product for the Soviet consumer. A Big Mac, French fries, and a drink is the equivalent of half a day's wages. Some unhappy Muscovites are publicly protesting.
Half a day's wages? Oh my gosh. That's more expensive than it is now in America, to give you an idea. Like at minimum wage, after taxes, a meal is like 2 hours of work. So like a quarter of a day's wages at minimum wage. I mean, I like AJK, you don't really have to talk about inflation when you're talking about just buying power, right? So like the average wage, he's talking about like the average wage, and I'm saying the low end of the American wage and meal at McDonald's is 2 hours of work. So it's a quarter of a day's of a day's labor. It's a quarter of a day's labor, which means it's half of what it costs buying power wise. On the high end. I mean, like the average American income is probably closer to like $15, $16 an hour. So it's probably like an eighth to a quarter of a day's work, right? Like just buying power wise in 1990, buying power in 1990 in Moscow, it's more expensive.
7 or 8 rubles for lunch, he says. They're ripping us off.
7 or 8 rubles is, oh my gosh. Wow. That's for the number where you do inflation. 7 or 8 rubles. Well, you have to do the inflation number, right? So ruble to USD. Yeah, you have to do the inflation number. So you have to do like ruble in 1990 value. So in 1990 it was like 70 cents on the dollar. By the way, this is why whenever like anybody tells you that Russia is a legitimate threat or like a legitimate world power, they're just lying and they're an idiot because they're looking at a map and going like they're just they're just a liar, right? Like they're looking at a map and they're going, "Oh, Russia takes up a lot of land area. Therefore, they're powerful." But like literally 1 Russian ruble is worth a penny. Right? And it used to be, so what is this? Like if it was 0.7 rubles to $1 US. So $1 US is worth like, yeah, there you go. 0.7 in 1990, 0.7 rubles was worth $1 US. Today, 80 Russian rubles. Yeah, we just saw it. 534 was the, like 1988. It was 534 in America for a meal at McDonald's. And in Russia, that was half a day's work. But also, I mean, if you look at this, right, the value of the ruble to the dollar in 1990 was the value of the ruble in 1990 was for every $1 US was 70 like 0.7 ruble. Today, $1 US is worth 80 US rubles. That's how crazy out of control they are. Like their inflation is Like, this video was in 1990, right? This McDonald's video was in 1990. China has more influence over Russia than we have over Israel. That is, than Israel. Yeah, that's unironically true, actually. Russia is more reliant on China than Israel is on the United States, like monetarily. Not, not an exaggeration at all. Like the amount of reliance that Israel has monetarily in defense, like that, Russia is more reliant than that on China. They are nothing. Putin is a scary man who did some scary things in the 80s and 90s, but the country Putin is in charge of is like if America was, you know, I mean, just if America was like, if America was the average sized person, right? The average sized man, right? Like, what is it? 5'10", 180. Russia is like 5'2" and 200 pounds. That's how like out of shape they are. They're fucked. They don't matter. They haven't like, they're never ever coming back. They're screwed forever. The stuff about China is real. Like, you should be scared of China. The amount of control they have, the technological development they have, maybe not you individually, but China poses a real geopolitical threat. Russia poses zero threat. Anybody who thinks they do is either lying or retarded. Russia, the scariest thing about Russia is that they are so poor and so desperate and have so many nuclear weapons. Just an insane amount of nuclear weapons. That's the scariest thing about Russia. China, the scary thing about China is their espionage and their IP threat. Their intelligence services are, it would blow your mind. I think it would blow my mind if I actually understood it. I understand enough about Chinese espionage and enough about like what China is doing just from like observing it tangentially through other news stories that like I understand China is crazy good at it. Like, if I ever actually understood it, I would like never talk about anything else, I think. Yeah, Legate, there you go, guys. Legate is our resident like historical genius, and he's saying it blew his mind when he kind of got a handle on it. If we decided to be friends with Russia, do you think it would work to completely pacify them? No. It's really not an option. I think we talked about this like last month or maybe in January, but you can't just decide to be friends with somebody because in modern geopolitics, your systems become so interreliant on your allies that like it's really not an option to just cut somebody off and make them an enemy, because you have so much due to cyber activity, interconnection, and sharing of data and information that like cutting somebody off or like cutting off an old ally and joining an ally that you were previously enemies with is just not like, it's not feasible. It's really not feasible for any country with modern espionage or intelligence services, which Russia, while they may not be a first world country, they have first world intelligence services and first world espionage capabilities. Yeah. To give you an idea of how effective China is at espionage and like some of the stuff they do and the lengths they're willing to go to, Chinese oligarchs and Chinese intelligence officers will come to California and have like 3 to 5, sometimes up to 10 children via surrogacy, then they'll donate the sperm for it. They'll go back to China, and then when the children are born, the children will be brought over to China. And because those children were born in the United States, they have U.S. citizenship, and they will use that as ways to get anchors and like they will use them as anchors and tools to get assets ingrained into American society. So if yeah. Indian intelligence is just never going to surpass. Also, India is never going to become the level of player that China is, regardless of how big their economy is, because the reason China is that big of a player geopolitically is not because of the size of the economy. It's because they have insulated the economy and the people, making you play on their terms. Whereas India is significantly less insulated and doing business with the rest of the world in a way that you can't cut your people off, become a world power in that same way. Also, when you have a billion people, the average intelligence and Q, or the distance of a standard deviation of your bell curve, comes into play a lot. And India has a very steep bell curve that centers around 85, I want to say, and China has a very wide one that centers like around 110, which means that the average Chinese person is like 15 to 20 points smarter than the average Indian. And also, because their bell curve is wider, they have way more super intelligent people than India. India's bell curve is like it's so skinny. It's so skinny. Yeah. Also, yeah, India, because they want to do business with the first world, cannot play at the level China can, because of the thing Mysterion just pointed out. China is literally doing a genocide with slaves right now. Like, the Uyghurs is a thing that we hear about like you hear somebody say the Uyghurs in China once a month, but like China is actually like has an entire race of people like enslaved in factories in the west of China that they just kill systematically. Uh, like, yeah, that is a level of commitment to production and power that India is just never going to reach. Yeah, AJK, I actually edited an interview on that. I don't know if you saw that interview, but I edited that interview that Jan Jekalik, I think is his name, did with Tony Kinnett. I was the one who edited that interview. So yes, yeah, they have they have an organ harvesting industry that they have files and categorizations of the prisoners' organs, compatibilities, so people can buy them and then they will kill them. They keep them alive just to keep the organ fresh. Yeah, that's a real thing. I mean, you could stop China. You have Mysterion in the question. Mysterion knows how you stop China. Yeah. Mysterion knows how you stop China, dude. I mean, that's how you stop China. Like, I mean, that's how you stop China. I'm just saying. Yeah, Five Eyes competes with China, but only together. Right? So Five Eyes, if you don't know, is Australia, US, Germany, England. No, I got it all wrong. I got them wrong. Oh, okay. It's just the English. It's just the English-speaking countries. So Australia, Canada, New Zealand, UK, United States. Yes, that's Five Eyes. The Anglosphere, basically. The Anglosphere. The Anglosphere together is the like China alone competes, like, is as good as all of the Five Eyes. You would be surprised. I mean, if you, Putin was on assignment in New Zealand for a long time, to give you an idea of the level of concern that the communist East has about New Zealand. What would happen if you blew up Three Gorges Dam? This guy has a channel on everything. This is insane. Does this is this guy real? I feel like every time I see another video from this guy on a different topic, I'm like, this guy's AI. He's not real.
As it drowns out even the... You've awoken from comfortable sleep, only to realize that your ears are being assaulted by the loudest cacophony of noise that you've ever heard. The low, guttural roar of something unspeakably vast bearing down on you, shaking the ground as it drowns out even the sounds of your own anguished screams. Then, as if a broom to an ant colony, you, your house, and everything for hundreds of kilometers is simply...
By the way, the reason that... this is totally an aside from the Three Gorges Dam. But the reason that the reason China might get it, like the US the reason Donald Trump is so keen on Karg Island is because of China. Because China gets like 90% of their oils from Iran. So we could cripple China by winning in Iran.
Swept away, carried off down the river until eventually being deposited into the ocean. The 2,335 meter or 7,661 feet long, 181 meter tall, that's 594 feet, Three Gorges
600
Dam
feet tall is
has
insane.
failed, and billions of cubic meters of water has been allowed to tear through Wuhan, Chongqing, Nanjing, and further downstream, Shanghai. This is, without question, one of the biggest catastrophes in China's history. But although the initial toll on human life is beyond belief, it pales in comparison to the damage that's about to follow. You see, the Yangtze River Basin happens to be one of the biggest economic hubs on Earth, contributing roughly 40% of China's entire economy, and it's integral to around 15% of manufacturing globally.
15% of manufacturing globally would be wiped out if you blew that dam up. Also, I think it's, he said 40% of China's, I think it's more, like, I think China, I think blowing up Three Gorges would destroy, like, something insane, like, the majority of China's food supply.
Countless local and global industries, such as the medicinal, agricultural, and technological, are all at least partially based on the production that occurs in this region. And if work stops here, the consequences are quickly going to be felt everywhere. To put it bluntly, if the Yangtze River Basin manufacturing linchpin is broken, everyone is going to feel it in some way. Probably you, probably me, even if it's indirect. But it's not the loss of manufacturing that's the biggest immediate concern locally. It's rather that agriculture in the region is essential to keeping most of...
Yeah, okay, here we go. I think that Three Gorges is the majority of China's food supply. Questions about how you get intelligence to the dam to sabotage it. Sabotage? Sabotage? How would get intelligence there? Let me introduce you to the B2 Spirit. China's intelligence might be good. Their military is terrible. Their Air Force, nope, they don't got the tech for this stuff, dude. They could, if you sent a B2 Spirit to the Three Gorges Dam, China could do jack shit about it. The Three Gorges Dam exists at the pleasure of Donald J. Trump. I just want to be clear about this with you guys. The Three Gorges Dam exists at the pleasure of Donald John Trump. Donald John Trump could destroy the Three Gorges Dam and millions upon millions of Chinese with a phone call. Why haven't we seen it then? Because that's a really bad idea and also definitely a war crime. You can't blow up a civilian, it would be a global catastrophe. Also, it's a civilian, not a military target. I wouldn't sleep on China's Air Force. I didn't as a USA. All right. Well, maybe I don't know something, but I've been told the Chinese drone stuff is getting good. It's not good to our level, but the quantity they have in field quickly is insane. If they can detect it, they can blot out the sky with drones. I would be surprised if they would detect it. Yeah. Also, it is 100% a war crime to blow up the Three Gorges Dam, dude. It is not. You can't do that. This is purely hypothetical because it's crazy how destructive it would be, but it would just be like how many people did the atomic bombs kill? Yeah, it would be an order of magnitude more than this. Easily. It would be an order of magnitude more dead. Like blowing up Three Gorges would be an order of magnitude more civilian casualties than Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined. Not counting the war that it would start, which would be like you guys we want to talk about World War III. World War III would start if people it would not I'm just talking about the people that would die from drowning and the immediate results of blowing it up, right? The direct results of blowing it up. World War I has 11 million casualties. Yeah, you would get a tenth of World War I's 11 million casualties instantly. And also, none of our allies would side with us because we just killed we would have killed, how many people would die from blowing up Three Gorges? Hundreds of millions. Yeah. Yeah, it would be the worst war crime committed in human history. Blowing up Three Gorges would kill as many people, would kill you would instantly maybe have the body count of Stalin. Like, if any president ever was like, blow up Three Gorges, the entire military would be like, fuck no. Nobody wants the pushing that button on their conscience. There is no justification for this. Like, I'll say this, if any president ever in the history, in the future ever goes, let's destroy Three Gorges Dam, instant 25th Amendment. Instant 25th Amendment. It is orders of magnitude. You could not do, it would take 5 to 6, it would probably take a dozen modern nukes to kill that many, in different cities, to kill that many people as you could kill with, like, just destroying the dam. Like, the idea that a person should have, like, not let alone a president, but like the idea that you should order a soldier to have that on their conscience is wild. You say that, but I think there are enough dudes in collecting a paycheck. Part of the reason I got out, maybe, but like 100 million deaths, I don't think. I mean, I do not. My worldview, my worldview and existence is contingent upon the fact that I do not think any human being could conscience killing 100 million people instantly, or could conscience knowing they pushed a button that killed 100 million people, I guess is what I'm saying. Like I could not bear the weight of existence if I thought that there were people in my country that could live with that. I understand there's someone, but I can't bear the weight. I just. If it's between that and 100 years of genuine Chinese global domination, I'd take the 100 years. If you told me I had to push a button and kill 400 million people, or it was 100 years of Chinese global domination, I would take the Chinese global domination. I couldn't do it. No, there's no way. I don't think I could. There's no way. Now, if you offered me a Chinese cigarette, if you said you push this button, you get a Chinese cigarette, I might be pushing the button. The worst part is you probably know somebody capable of doing this without a second thought. Yeah. Look, I'm going to say something. Because Just Here to Grill seems to have some knowledge of this, all right? Hypothetically, purely hypothetically, if I wanted Chinese cigarettes, what would if I were playing a video game that was highly realistic, where would I need to go to get those? And if you know, could you send me a Discord DM so in that video game I could do that? Thanks. Yeah, I guess Mysterion has phrased it better. I don't want to. I know there are people who could do it. Like, I know intellectually there are people who do it. I don't want to live in a world where it's an actual option that's on the table. Not like the capability, but people who, like, I don't want to live in a world where there's somebody who, like, would put it on the table as a viable option as a way to conduct foreign affairs, I guess, is what I'm saying. I just have a friend from college who brings them for us when he visits. Big sad.
China fed. Farming in the basin accounts for roughly half of all fish eaten in the country, as well as a whopping 2/3 of the nationwide rice supply. Also lost is
there you go.
the production
Yeah, half of the food in China.
cotton, wheat, corn, beans, barley, and hemp. Now, China has suffered famine before, between 1959 and 1961, with the death toll at that time estimated to be between 15 and 55 million. And although a similar situation today would likely be dealt with differently, it can still be expected that an unprecedented humanitarian disaster,
if it ends up in the Situation Room and there isn't a more than 2-second pause before they're told to get the fuck out, we are screwed. Yeah, unironically.
is on the immediate horizon. As far as broader supply,
I mean, you could have a similar like there are things you could do that would have a similar casualty effect in America. I just like we have better defenses against them. But with Homeland defunded, like, yeah, that's scary. I mean, you could EMP and knock out like most of the American grid, and over half of Americans, like once there's no fresh water, have like would I think the stat is like over half of Americans would not survive like 14 days without, like, if all of America was out of power, I think like a quarter maybe was the stat, the estimation, like a quarter of Americans would just die.
Supply chain impact is concerned, Chengdu, Wuhan, Chongqing, and Shanghai are amongst China's most developed and important industrial centers. Iron ore, coal, copper, gold, oil, and natural gas production lines are all linked to these cities, and with them no longer operational, it's safe to say that much of China's economy is going to come screeching to a halt. Plus, depending on how long it takes the industries to recover, probably years, the consequences will echo for decades. Meanwhile, nations that depend on Chinese exports are also going to struggle, with those most likely to feel the immediate pain, including the United States, which imports roughly $502 billion worth on an annual basis, as well as Vietnam, South Korea, and Japan.
Also, you would kill some Americans because the amount of like, if you blew up Three Gorges, you would also be killing Americans. That's the other thing. Like just instantly, Americans are dead. Not instantly, but you get the, like, just there's no way to avoid that. Would the Gorges option be more on the table? More on the table? I mean, yeah, it would be more on the table. Does that, like, how much more? I don't know. I think Just War still says that you have to avoid, it has to be proportional, and you have to like try to avoid civilian casualties. And I think that modern weaponry would allow you to get way fewer civilian casualties for way more military destruction, if that makes sense. Like the ratio of military destruction to civilian casualty for blowing up Three Gorges is not great compared to the stuff we could do in theory if we really wanted to.
As a hypothetical scenario, it's all rather horrifying to imagine, conjuring up images of an entire region of a country, if not the entire country, transforming into something post-apocalyptic virtually overnight. But with all the dramatics out of the way, let's pump the brakes and get realistic, shall we? What we've just described is the worst-case scenario, a sudden catastrophic failure of the Three Gorges Dam that is somehow triggered without any warning. If this were to ever happen, the results would indeed be unimaginable devastation. But for all the reasons we're about to get into, this scenario isn't particularly realistic. Certainly not in the way that we've spent the start of this video describing. But we hooked you in, didn't we? This isn't to say that there aren't many serious
Dude, I don't believe this guy's real.
He's so... There aren't very real reasons to be concerned. But as you'll soon learn, that the dam might collapse is probably last on the list of things that anyone should be worried about. But first, why is the possibility that the dam might collapse being brought up at all? The Yangtze River is the convergence point of countless mini and major rivers in the area, including the Han, Xiang, and Gang rivers downstream from the Three Gorges Dam, as well as the Wu and Min rivers upstream.
Made in a lab to be an infotuber, unironically.
These many rivers deposit their water into the Yangtze, which in turn flows 6,300 kilometers until it eventually opens up into the ocean.
It's like, this is the code to cause the dam to fail. Here's what in theory, somebody would need to upload this.
As you can imagine, fully controlling this gargantuan flow of water is an incredibly complicated task, verging on being impossible depending on who you're asking. Most important to keep in mind is that the flow of water is fairly manageable during the dry seasons, but gets exponentially more difficult depending on rainfall. Now, to make the task of controlling the rivers more viable, 4 dams have been built with
Few days ago, this simulation video was shared in China. The Three Gorges Dam is 182 meters high.
How much would it affect the West, though? Assume the video will cover it. Oh, it would. I mean, yeah. I just want to see this. Like, I want to see. He keeps talking and showing the same footage. I want to see the actual. I want to see the simulation. Bro, what? Is that it? Come on. That can't be it. Oh, yeah. Here we go. 100 kilometers an hour.
Half hour, it destroys a Gaozhou Dam and covers the city center of Yichang. The height of the flood is 20 meters and the speed is
60 feet.
70 kilometers per hour. 5 hours later, Yichang's water level is 10 meters and the city is completely submerged. Later, the water flowed to the large and the small cities around the Yangtze River with water speed of 60 kilometers per hour. The waves are 15 to 20 meters high. The flood is going to a wide spread of plains. From this point, the area of damage increases.
That's why they dammed it. It's so volatile.
In the sector from everywhere.
This is also why China, like, this is a not insignificant part of Chinese history because the, like, the dynasties would.
It drowns out even the sounds of your own anguish.
The dams would, the rivers would flood and all the time, and they would take that as a sign from the heavens that, like, the emperor was evil and they'd overthrow him.
Situation would at least be manageable depending on the flow of water at that time. The possibility that the entire dam might unexpectedly fail is extremely unlikely, so much so that it's not actually really worth investigating further. The scenario described at the beginning is therefore entirely fictional, and if anything, the population centers downstream would have long been evacuated before there was any real chance of being swept away. So,
not that many people live on the Amazon. Also, it is more stable.
Safe. There's no chance of it failing, and the millions living downstream are all perfectly safe. Thanks for watching, but not quite. You've seen the timeline. You know how much we have to still get through today. Because here's the reality. Regardless of the dam being structurally sound at this moment in time, not only is flood control in the Yangtze River Basin tenuous at best, but the amount of overall controversy surrounding the Three Gorges Dam is absolutely deafening. Not as deafening as all the water ripping through your house, but still pretty loud. First and foremost, despite not being at risk of failing anytime soon, the Three Gorges Dam is showing signs of stress.
Yeah, because they don't use rebar in their concrete.
At the time the reservoir was originally filled in 2003, the Three Gorges Dam developed around 80 hairline fractures. This is all rather alarming, but in this case the cracks were nothing particularly concerning. It's expected that when dams first accept the full weight of a reservoir, there's going to be settling as the concrete structures bind together for the first time. In fact, most of the dams worldwide contain cracks to some extent, so pointing to hairline fractures in the Three Gorges Dam is nothing more than clickbait alarmism. With that being said, there is plenty of reason to be concerned about the events that unfolded in 2020, and not just because the dam showed additional signs of stress. Following record-high water levels in 2020, deformations of non-structural parts of the dam and seepage was widely reported. The Xinhua news agency officially made a report, quoting a dam operator who confirmed that the signs of stress were true. The deformation occurred after multiple waves of severe flood water from upstream crashed down onto the Three Gorges Dam at a rate of 61,000 cubic meters per second, officially setting a new record for the river. There was a brief surge of panic as alleged images from Google Earth showed to the horror of those living downstream, the dam exhibiting undeniable serious signs of deformation. Thankfully,
yeah, even breaking naturally is terrible. Like, the United States would feel it too. The entire West would feel it too.
Images were totally fake and nothing more than a very poorly thought out hoax. But even if the fake images did drastically exaggerate the damage, the reality is that some deformation did occur. But rest assured that the deformation, although certainly occurring as a direct result of the 2020 floods, wasn't as bad as it sounds, according to officials. Following confirmation of the damage, the state-owned China Three Gorges Corporation was quick to set up and ease worries. A spokesperson admitted that non-structural buckling and seepage had occurred, but insisted that none of the sensors had tripped and all deformation was well within expected design parameters. The spokesman also stressed that seepage had immediately ceased once sluice gates had been opened. Wang Hao, a hydraulics expert from the Chinese Academy of Engineering, echoed the sentiments, declaring that
Yeah, the Chinese-owned Three Gorges Corporation is just like, everything's chill, guys. I don't think everything's chill, guys. Oh no. I don't think everything's chill, guys. Things might not be chill.
all was well with the dam and that a flood twice the volume could be easily handled. But put a pin in that thought. Zhang Shuguang of the Three Gorge Hub Management Bureau was less subtle about his assurances, declaring that nothing in the next 500 years could come close to toppling the dam. He stressed that the dam's core design means that the weight of the concrete alone is enough to keep the water at bay, citing the additional details we've already learned regarding the cement segments packing together tighter under pressure. However, amongst all the reassurances, Zhang did drop one more very significant piece of information. Information that will swiftly take us into the many problems with the dam, including some of the reasons the entire project is so controversial. Zhang said, in reference to the fact that the population living downstream of the dam did still experience serious flooding in 2020, that those living in the Yangtze River Basin cannot rely on the dam to prevent flooding, especially given that his priority is ensuring the safety of the dam above all else. As already discussed in
the purpose of the dam is ensuring the safety of the dam? What?
circumstances, the sluice gates of the Three Gorges Dam must be open to prevent strain, meaning that even with the dam present, flooding downstream is still a serious problem. In 2020, at the same time, parts...
Dude. Oh my gosh. This thing's gonna collapse in my lifetime. That's fun. That's cool. That's good to know. Well, better to flood a little bit than risk the dam breaking. Yeah. It is going to collapse in my lifetime though, for sure, right? Like that's what we're learning. That's what we're learning right now.
The dam were buckling and engineers were forced to open the gates. Floods in the Yangtze River Basin still displaced 3.67 million people, caused $20.5 billion in economic strain, 54.8 million were impacted overall, and around 219 were killed or went missing. At this point, it might surprise you to learn that the primary reason the Three Gorges Dam was built, specifically, was to prevent serious flooding. The government's flood preparation intentions can clearly be seen in the original 1992 proposal of the dam, though you should already be getting an idea of just how well those original intentions are working out today. Meanwhile, it might not surprise you to learn that construction of the dam had been fiercely opposed by many hydrologists, ecologists, and engineers, all stressing that the dam would not only be largely insufficient in controlling serious floodwaters, but that the cost to the local populace and ecosystem would be devastating. A book titled Yangtze, released prior to the building of the dam, explained many of the issues, declaring that the project would be a long-term catastrophe if it were ever to go ahead. The book was banned, and the environmentalist author Dai Qing was jailed. Probably surprising you least of all is that many of the issues covered in Yangtze
Oh no.
Though perhaps even Dai Qing didn't properly understand how severe and numerous the problems would be. In 1954, an area of around 193,000 square kilometers in the Yangtze River Basin flooded, killing 33,169 and displacing around 18.9 million. Wuhan was completely uninhabited for over 3 months, and the Zhangguo Railway was inoperable for over 100 days. In 1998, the same area flooded a second time. Around 2,039 square kilometers of farmland was completely enveloped, drastically impacting agriculture. The lives of around 2.3 million people were impacted, and 1,526 were killed. Now, following the completion of the dam and the original filling of the reservoir in 2003, there were a number of occasions where the new dam was able to control increases in water flow. Significant rainfall in 2009 was handled admirably, and what may have otherwise been a more serious situation was brought under control. These successes were trumpeted as superior engineering overcoming Mother Nature, taming the environment and making China a prosperous nation. Importantly, the water flow in this case was not particularly severe though. But then came 2020. The biggest reported flood in China for 60 years occurred, and the reservoir reached full capacity on multiple occasions. The sluice gates were opened several times to ease the strain, and Yichang, a city downstream, was extensively flooded. Authorities insisted that the situation would have been far worse had the dam not been present, but this did not stop a wave of criticism suggesting that when it had come down to it, the dam had clearly not been capable of dealing with any situation beyond the norm. In the case of the 2020 floods, the areas downstream of the Three Gorges Dam had already been struggling to maintain water levels, namely from the flow of water that had not originated in the controlled area behind the dam. Therefore, upon the sluice gates being opened out of necessity, the situation downstream had only been made drastically worse, as opposed to the dam actually offering any sort of relief. To put it bluntly, it was widely suggested that if rainfall ever exceeds a certain point, the Three Gorges Dam becomes a dangerous hindrance rather than providing any support. Now, we can't really say whether the situation was made worse by the dam, given that we are not hydrologists, but what we can say is that perceptions certainly aren't helped by statements made by various experts. Professor of Geography at the University of Alabama, David Shankman, was confident in saying that the Three Gorges Dam...
The University of Alabama? Oh. Oh. I wonder how their most recent football game went. Oh. Interesting. That's interesting.
Dam is completely incapable of dealing with severe floods. He said in an interview with CNN that, quoting here, "The dam is fully operational for many years now, and now we have the highest water level ever recorded." He elaborated that the dam is simply not...
He's a dam researcher? It doesn't matter. He still got his ass beat.
...adequate for dealing with any serious rainfall, more or less nullifying the entire purpose of the dam's existence. Chinese geologist Fan Xiao echoed these statements, saying that during the dry seasons, the reservoir levels at the Three Gorges are reduced from a maximum of 175 meters to 145 meters in preparation for the rainy season, effectively creating enough space for 22 billion cubic meters of water. Fan elaborated that this may sound impressive, but stressed that the capacity is far from adequate in dealing with the potential 244 billion cubic meters of water expected during
Wait, is it 4 times too small? Holy shit. Hold on, did he say...
Elaborated that this may sound enough space for 22 billion cubic meters of
22? It's 10 times too small?
Water. Fan elaborated that this may sound impressive, but stressed that the capacity is far from adequate in dealing with the potential 244 billion cubic meters.
It's 10 times too small. It's 10 times too small. Oh my gosh. Why did they build this?
Of water expected during a so-called once-in-a-century flood. He added plainly that, quoting again, "It's like using a small cup to deal with a big tub of water. In terms of flood control, the cost of the dam has surely outweighed the gain." The quote ends. Associate Professor of Storage and Hydro...
Is this guy dead? Fan Jiao? Well, he's not dead. That's not good. I mean, it's good for him, but it's... generally means what he's saying is so true that they couldn't kill him for it.
...of the dam as a severe flood prevention measure can at least be brought into doubt, and that brings us to the primary question overshadowing everything. Why was the Three Gorges Dam greenlit in the first place, given that it doesn't actually seem to serve the primary purpose that it was built for?
Because it was cool and they wanted to build a big
the dam
thing.
Across the Yangtze River dates back to 1919, with Sun Yat-sen, recognized as the founding father of modern China, envisioning a way to control the floods that devastated the communities living along the banks of the Yangtze River. Now, nothing was done in his lifetime, but his successor, Chiang Kai-shek, contacted American engineer John L. Savage, who had previously drawn up the design for the Hoover Dam. Savage put forward his vision of a proposed Yangtze River project, and dozens of Chinese engineers were even sent to the US for training. But just as the project was gaining momentum, progress came to a halt due to the worsening Chinese Civil War. A dam was again considered during the 1949 Communist Revolution with...
Dude, I can't believe they were like, that guy who built the Hoover Dam, he could build a dam for us. And we did. We did it way before they did. And ours is like chilling. Ours is good. Theirs is 100% going to fail. Just turn on a big hose.
Mao Zedong supporting the idea, but development was again paused due to various economic complications brought on by the disastrous Great Leap Forward. Deng Xiaoping resurrected the idea in the late 1970s, and this was when the first signs of controversy became abundantly clear. As opposed to the previous times the dam had been proposed, this occasion was met with strong resistance. Hydrologists and environmentalists were quick to point out that damming the Yangtze River would come with an enormous cost, primarily in terms of environmental and civilian damage, not to mention the countless archaeological sites that would be lost forever. The debate continued for a decade, with no progress made one way or the other. But as the 80s turned into the 90s, Chinese communist rule took a turn, and open dissent was no longer so quietly tolerated. It was around this time that the book Yangtze was released and author Dai Ching was jailed. Finally, the dam was pushed through the National People's Congress in 1992, but only with an eyebrow-raising approval rating of just 67.75%. That's 664
They destroyed a bunch of archaeological sites.
members abstaining from voting outright and 177 voting against, which is itself very abnormal for the Chinese government and an indication of just how irregular the situation was across the board. A delegate from Yilin province, Yang Shi-ren, is quoted.
Yeah, they destroyed their entire environment history and all their archaeological sites for a dam that doesn't work. Dude, this would be like if the Republican Party had a majority in the House, the Senate, and the presidency. But they elected some rhino majority leader. And then at like 3 a.m., after he had a ton of momentum, instead of doing things, he just decided to burn all his credibility and piss off the base so that he would lose the midterms and pass a law that didn't do anything. Like, imagine if somebody did that, right? That's the level of like dumb that building that we would never do something like that. This is way dumber than that though. This is insanely stupid.
In Yangtze as saying, the majority of the delegates are not fully informed of the technical aspects of the project, so no matter how we vote in blindness. Regardless, the Three Gorges Dam went ahead, even with the World Bank outright refusing to advance funds in support of construction.
You guys. World Bank was like, guys, don't do that. World Bank was like, please, probably don't. Probably don't. Probably don't do that. And they're like, we're gonna do it though.
According to the World Bank, given how many major concerns about the dam had gone completely unaddressed, supporting the project would have been irresponsible. The dam itself is so vast.
The problems with the dam, we haven't.
So immense.
Did that headline that header just said the problems with the dam? Okay. I'm sorry. What? That's not what we've been. I feel like I've been 18 minutes and 40. I feel like I've gotten 18 minutes and 43 seconds of problems with this dam. But continue.
Meant that, as is often pointed out, the enormous redistribution of mass may be lengthening Earth days by 0.06 microseconds. This is due to the moment of inertia principle, whereby something spinning will increase or decrease.
Stop. Stop. You got to. They made days longer. The dam is too small to do its job, but it's so big that it's making days longer. it's slowing down. They made the day longer to build a thing that doesn't do its job and just kills people every 50 years. Dude, can you imagine? That's crazy. China made the day longer to build a fucking shitty dam. Dude, what? How do you make days longer to build a shitty dam that doesn't work? That's so funny.
Increase in momentum based on the distribution of mass. If you've noticed how a spinning figure skater speeds up or slows down based on the extending or retracting of limbs, you're already familiar with how this works. Now, an increase in Earth days has never been recorded, so this is all entirely theoretical, but that the notion is even being brought up should put into perspective the absolutely gargantuan size of the project that we're talking about here. To not beat around the bush, creating a dam and reservoir of this size was never going to be simple and was never not going to cause incalculable damage to both the environment and the lives of those living within the project perimeter. The simple reality is that everything that currently stands in a reservoir zone, human, animal, or otherwise, is either going to move or disappear forever. In terms of human damage, prior to the approval of the dam where the reservoir now stands, keeping in mind the numbers here vary depending on who you ask, was 2 cities, 114 towns, and 1,680 villages. Over 1 million residents were forced to move, with the Chinese government taking full control of the mass migration to other areas. Those that were displaced complained that the compensation they received was inadequate, that they had lost priceless farmland, and that many couldn't find jobs after relocating. It was also widely reported that much of the money that had been assigned to the relocation project had been misused or outright stolen, something that the government later admitted in 2013. In regards to the impact on wildlife, the Yangtze River Basin is home to around 350 fish species, 145 amphibian species, 762 bird species, and 280 mammal species, including the giant panda. All of these groups have been impacted to some extent, some more than others. The biggest impact has been to the freshwater fish species, 27% of which are endangered. The Chinese paddlefish was declared extinct in 2022, having last been seen in 2003, just after the dam was fully operational.
Yeah, Mysterion is keeping track of the chat for me, which is I appreciate you keeping track because I was about to try to list it. So over 1 million people displaced, species extinct. They have screwed the giant panda, which is like the only thing people like about them. They made the day longer, and it still doesn't work. Also, that is a beautiful fish. Can we say what kind of fish is that? It's really pretty.
2022, having species, 27% of which are endangered. The Chinese paddlefish was declared
Chinese paddlefish. It is gorgeous. It's a really cool fish. That is a sick fish. Cool fish. What a cool fish. Why did they do this? This is the dumbest. Is this the dumbest thing human beings have ever done? Let's rank stupid things humans have done. Eat the apple. Build the Three Gorges Dam. Everything else. I think it's Clanker balls. I think clanker balls are pretty smart, actually. I'm on team clanker balls. Now, calling them clanker balls, not bright. Not a great move. Yeah, this is ultimately going to kill 500 million people. I want what we're learning is that the Chinese have just set off a time bomb that's going to kill half their population at some point. Sometime. Yeah, to start. Like, the Chinese have just killed 500 million people. Eventually. That's what they did. The Three Gorges Dam is just 500 million people are going to die soon. Not soon, but like at some point. This is top 10 dumbest things human beings have ever done. The mandate of heaven has been lost. Billions of clanker balls must be released. So true. Oh, that's true. The amount of people they killed with the one China policy. That's also top 10 dumbest things people. One child policy. The one child policy. Yeah, that's also in the top 10. China has at least two of the top 10 dumbest things people have ever done. That's impressive.
Extinct in 2022, having last been seen in 2003, just after the dam was fully operational. The baiji, a Chinese river dolphin, has also been declared extinct. The 3,000 to 4,000 remaining critically endangered Siberian cranes spend winter in the wetlands near the dam, most of which has now been completely submerged. The forested area, which previously covered around 20% of the region surrounding the dam, has decreased to 10%. Landslides are now also a regular occurrence, though this was expected and was a frequently raised red flag by countless geologists. With the banks of the gorge now saturated...
Also, they were told all of this is going to happen. They were literally told it would all happen.
Rapidly eroding, landslides began to occur immediately after the reservoir reached 135 meters. Just weeks after the reservoir was filled, a landslide killed 24 people, destroyed 346 houses, and capsized 20 boats. In the first 4 months of 2010 alone, 97 notable landslides occurred, so many that it's genuinely difficult to separate which landslide caused which particular disaster. Next up, and perhaps most significant of all, is the situation unfolding with naturally occurring sedimentation. Now, not all of the information here is agreed on, so keep that in mind as we continue. Millions of tons of sediment is now being deposited into the river via erosion and landslides, and by extension, this sediment is being...
Yeah, if the end of that sentence was, but the dam worked, it'd be like, still shouldn't have done this. This was still bad. Like, don't do that. It's like comically sad because it's like it doesn't even work, right? If the dam worked, just don't be doing this. This was not okay. If the Three Gorges Dam worked, this was not okay to have done. This was not a cool thing to have done. The dam doesn't even work.
Contained above the dam and restricted from flowing further downstream. The area in which the sediment is building up is quickly losing much of its biodiversity due to the sudden change in environment, itself a problem that may manifest in countless unpredictable ways. The riverbanks downstream, meanwhile, are now lacking the sediments that previously settled along the river and naturally strengthened the riverbanks. The result, keeping in mind the original purpose of the dam, is that riverbanks may now be steadily weakening over time.
They made it worse. They made it worse. It's not that it does nothing. It's that it actively is making the problem worse. It's actively making it worse. Oh my gosh. They made the day longer and the problem is literally worse. They made it worse.
Time and floods may start becoming more frequent than ever. As a kicker, Shanghai sits around 1,600 kilometers downstream from the Three Gorges Dam. The city was built on a sediment plain that has been gathering for centuries, collecting at the exit of the Yangtze River before it washes out to sea. This sediment plain may now be at risk, and although likely not an immediate problem, if these predictions are accurate, it may very well become a problem that future generations have to deal with. And lastly, the dam is located near two geographic fault lines, and the added pressure of billions of cubic meters of
They built it on a fault line. No fucking way. Oh, no fucking way. That's 37 billion is like nothing. If you told me it only cost 37 billion, I'd be like, oh shit, that thing's fucked. They built it on a fault line.
Water is adding to an already precarious situation. Between the time the reservoir filled in 2003 up until 2009, the Chinese Earthquake Administration kept careful tabs on local activity. There were around 3,429 mini quakes during that period, not devastating, but certainly more than the previous record of 94 between 2000 and 2000.
3 times, over 3 times more. The Hoover Dam cost $1.2 billion. When was the Hoover Dam built? Yeah, $1.2 billion in the 1930s. Okay. 1930s inflation. $1.2 adjusted for inflation? That's insane. The original construction approximately $49 million in the 1930s, which is equivalent to probably... That's crazy. It only cost $49 million? Wow. That's impressive.
2003. Now, no one is suggesting that a serious earthquake may be triggered anytime soon, but this is just another concern among countless others. Alright, let's reiterate the original question. Is the dam at risk of failing? It should be fairly obvious that there is no pressing reason to think that the Three Gorges Dam is at risk of outright failing, if what the China Three Gorges Corporation is saying can be trusted. But once again, it should also be obvious that this is the wrong question to be asking. Instead, the real question is, what will happen to the Yangtze River basin when the next major storm hits? The 2020 storm was one of the biggest in recorded history, and there is reason to believe that another, much bigger one may potentially be on the horizon.
No pressing reason to think the dam will fail. Did you, bro didn't watch his own video. You gave me 5 reasons, honestly. I can't get, you built it on a fault line. I can't get over the fact that you built it on a fault line, which means that if there's a big earthquake, it's a major problem, but also because you built it on a fault line, you made the fault line more unstable. So you made it more likely that there will be a big earthquake. It's literally an Ouroboros. Like, it's a snake eating its own tail. Dude, that's so funny.
To be clear, it's not a matter of if another major storm will hit, but when and how big it will be. More to the point, if what's being said about lessening sedimentation along the riverbanks is true, it may not even take a particularly big storm for a serious disaster to unfold. With all that being said, and everything we've focused on so far, we've perhaps done a bit of a disservice to the dam itself. Regardless of everything else, there is no question that the Three Gorges Dam is truly an engineering and architectural masterpiece. So in closing off today's video, let's pay a bit of respect to some of the engineering marvels that have gone into creating the third biggest gravity dam and a fish back to some of the engineering marvels that have masterpiece.
There's a
So in
weird
closing off
cut.
today's video, let's pay a bit of respect to some of the engineering marvels that have gone into creating the third biggest gravity dam and official biggest hydroelectric dam in the
There's
world.
a weird cut.
There are a total of 34 generators in the dam, 32 main and 2 power plant generators, providing an average of between 80 and 100 terawatt hours of completely renewable electricity.
Okay. Oh. All right. Hey, look, we've been talking about all the dumb things, all the things that it doesn't do. 80 to 100 terawatt hours. That's pretty cool.
The hydroelectric project took nearly a decade to complete, and with the final generator operational in July 2012, the dam now produces roughly 20 times more electricity than the Hoover Dam. Of course, electricity.
Damn.
Generation does depend on water passing through, so years with higher rainfall have resulted in dramatically more electricity. This means that the peak output of generation was recorded in 2020 thanks to the record-breaking floods.
That's crazy. A single nuclear reaction is 8 terawatt hours a year. Did it say 1.2 terawatt hours? How much?
The Yangtze River Basin, when the next major start lessening sedimentation along and everything we've focused on everything else, there is no question that not today's video. Let's pay a bit of official biggest hydroelectric dam in the world. There are a total of 34 generators in the dam, 32 main and 2 power plant generators, providing an average of between 80 and 100 terawatt hours.
Yeah, 80 and 100 terawatt hours. So for a hydroelectric dam to produce at minimum 10 times more than a single nuclear reactor is crazy. That's insane. That is impressive. That is pretty impressive that there is a hydroelectric dam that produces more energy, 10 times more energy than a nuclear reactor. That's impressive. Huh? Alrighty. Would you rather utterly destroy your entire environment, displace millions, ruin thousands of years of archaeological history, make the day longer, or build 10 nuclear power plants? China said, I'm not saying that I would rather do one or the other. I'm just saying it is impressive that they've managed to make 10 nuclear power plants out of a river. It's pretty cool.
And that's what.
I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Yeah, China. I am now concerned about China. China is now my like that guy who you hate, but if his life implodes, your life implodes too. So you're like kind of like, bro, can I help you, please? Yeah, it's your neighbor who you think might be leaving the stove on and candles lit. China is a neighbor who you're pretty sure is leaving the gas stove on and candles lit. and has a meth lab. You're like, can I please help you? Can I offer you some assistance, dude? All while their house is on a fault line. Yeah, literally. Also, they're building mini nukes in the basement, you know? Also, they have a nuclear weapon. What? What are we doing? What are we doing? Also, they have slaves. China's so fucked up. Anyway, you guys see Tip to Tip 2 with Ludwig and Michael Reeves? Oh, I tried watching it. I just got so mad that they were in China doing, like, literally doing propaganda for the Chinese. And said neighbor is the nosiest neighbor and is getting it right. It's not like they're like asking questions and you're like, why do you want to know that? They're just telling you what you're doing and they're always right. And you're like, what the fuck? Do you have cameras in my house? That's true. And they're trying to kill you constantly. Like, also, they're constantly sending their kids over to your house for no reason, just to look around. Super creepy, dude. China scares me. I'm scared of China a little bit. I'm scared of China because China is like out of their mind. All right, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be back. I'm going to use the restroom and I got to take Levi out again. He wants to go outside again. So I'll be back. I'm scared of China because I'm scared for China. That's what's going on. I'm scared of what will happen to me when China if it inevitably explodes. Stop asking for weird cameras. You go outside. You go potty. Yeah. Go potty. Chat, we're going to midnight. We're going till midnight, chat. We're gonna do it. I got the DC. I'm gonna go get the Jack. We got the DC. I got the Jack. I got the bottle of Jack. If you cannot answer this, check your mail in a week. Do you wear a good fragrance? If not, why are you a barbarian? I do not have a. Well, actually, that's not completely true. Here, you're gonna. Oh my gosh, this might be worse than saying no. I wear Stetson Original. I like the way it smells. Okay, check my mail in a week. I will. Thank you. I appreciate it. Is Stetson Original not a good scent? I like Stetson Original. Is that not a good scent? Does that qualify as a good scent? What does it smell like? The notes on the website. You just got watched back from watching Project Hail Mary. It was good. All right, I'm glad you liked it. I really want to see it. I think I'm gonna wait though. Oh, that poured harder than I thought it would. The notes on the website: sage, citrus, vetiver, patchouli, cedar, base, musk, honey, amber, vanilla, tonka bean. You have a better idea. Okay. I trust you. Because I get Stetson from Walmart. That's where I get my cologne. Dude, I love watching the bubbles hop off a DC. You know what I'm saying? Right after you pour it, watching it all hop. Oh, you can't see it in the camera because the light's not between you. It's because the light's between me and the glass is between me and the light. Wow, complex. I don't know if it's complex. I just like it. I originally got the Stetson aftershave because I was just looking for a better aftershave than the one I was using. And I just got one that was Stetson Original scented because I liked the smell of it. And then I realized after I'd gone through like a bottle of the aftershave, I went back and I realized they also had a cologne. So I got the cologne and the aftershave, so they're the same scent. Is that I see you're drinking Diet Coke. Is that because you think you're fat? You could be drinking whole Coke if you wanted to. I prefer the flavor of Diet Coke to whole Coke. Can the cologne work as an aftershave? No, but I have a aftershave that is the same scent as the cologne. Is what I have an aftershave that's the same scent as the cologne. Jack, yeah, Jack and Diet, dude. Jack and Diet, man. Jack and Diane. Little story about Jack and Diane. Two American kids growing up in the heartland. Jackie gonna be a football star. You guys want to know a fun fact about John Cougar Mellencamp? About John Mellencamp? IU Memorial Field. See if I can find a picture with the press box in it. Yeah, here we go. So this is the press box at Memorial Field, right? Do you guys want to know what this right here is? This and the one on this side, it was added so that they would be symmetrical. But this is where John Cougar Mellencamp watches IU football games from because he smokes. They added it so he could smoke while watching the games. And then they just added the other one so it would be symmetrical. But this up here is a specifically built box for John Mellencamp. He's an IU alum. Jackie gonna be a football star. Yeah, so they built that specifically for John Mellencamp. See if I can find it. Yeah, there you go. He was on 60 Minutes in the. I don't want to play it because I'll definitely get copyrighted. But he was on 60 Minutes in the booth. There you go. That's the booth right there. Pretty fun, isn't it? Do you watch baseball? I have never gotten into baseball. I enjoy going to baseball games, but I'm not like a baseball fan. When I watch baseball, I do enjoy it. I know enough about baseball and I can watch a game close enough. Like I can actually I know enough about baseball and I know enough about pitching and hitting that I can enjoy a game when I watch it. Just I don't watch it often. Because I didn't have cable growing up, so there wasn't really a way to watch it. I didn't have cable growing up, so I also wasn't super into college football until I was watching it in the last couple years, and I got really into it because I grew up liking football, and like everything I like about football is way more present in the college game. So yeah, I don't regret not having cable. Cleveland has the best radio announcer. They might. The Pacers radio announcer was legendary for years. I used to listen. The Pacers radio announcer used to be so good that I used to prefer to listen to Pacers games than watch them. Also, I couldn't really watch them, once again, cable. So most of the time I only could listen. But listening to basketball is really interesting. If you've never listened to a full basketball game, it's an experience I would recommend. I liked it a lot. Jackie gonna be a football star. Hockey on the radio is fun. See, I think you have to have like either only grew up, like you have to have primarily watched it consumed it via radio, or you have to have a really good understanding of the game so you can picture it. And I could not. Hockey on the radio would screw with me, dude. I would never be able to follow what's going on. The Space Cowboys, dude. This is my I follow them just cuz they have the coolest merch and the coolest logo. The Space Cowboys have sick merch. I have one of their jerseys. I have a jersey they did a collaboration with Cowboy Bebop, and I have that jersey. They have some sick stuff. Do they really get... I mean, I just said this on stream. Now all this stuff sucks. They're making me look bad. They're making me look bad. All this stuff sucks. Did they get rid of all the cool stuff? They unironically got rid of all the cool stuff this offseason. They used to have really cool stuff, guys. No, they're not like the Bananas. This is an actual AAA affiliate of the Astros. They did have cool stuff. Believe me, they just got rid of all of it, or it must have sold out. Oh, here we go. Yeah, dude. Check this out. Dude, that's sick. This mug is sick. It's a camp mug. The logo is so cool. The Space Cowboy with the... Yeah. Here you go. This is shot really poorly. Like, this is a really crappy photograph, but there you go. You can tell, like, the colorway in the Space Cowboy. That is a really crappy photo on a really... It's ill-fitting on that mannequin, but it is a cool jersey. Hold on. I'll go get the one I have. I have one that's... I think I wore it on stream before. Alrighty. Not to interrupt the discussion, but apparently SCOTUS is... They're not releasing a decision on Saturday at 10:45. Oh, they're about to think about it. Yeah. This is I got this one. This is a Space Cowboys jersey with the ship from Cowboy Bebop on it. It's got the ship on the arm. It's got the Japanese characters on the other arm. Spike on the back. Pretty sick. That's a cool jersey. All my buddies have matching ones. Like 4 or 5 of my buddies have matching ones of these. The SCOTUS decision on birthright citizenship. I don't know. Let's look it up. Let's see if there's any oral arguments. It's a sick jersey. It's the material is not great, but it is really cool. Studenti. I don't know that there has been any. Yeah, Google is not being helpful. You want to see something crazy, though? I was watching Fox yesterday. Was I watching Fox yesterday or the day before? ACLU birthright commercial. Fox is airing this, or ACLU is paying to air this commercial on Fox. Like, the ACLU is paying to air this commercial on Fox, which means they know, like, they're targeting, during the day, you know who the target audience for this is.
The Supreme Court will hear a case
It's not
challenging
political video
birthright
editors
citizenship.
who are watching.
The 14th Amendment guarantees birthright citizenship.
And they shot it to look like 35 millimeter. Bro, this is such boomer bait. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, the music. Crap. Please don't get... Oh, crap. Okay. Hopefully we'll be okay. That would suck. It was all covers until I paused it. It's not the actual song until here. It was all covers, so we should be fine. Yeah, so they're airing this, like... This is why we need Raymond. No, this is why we need... This is why we need just to fix the copyright system. But yeah, they're airing they're airing a birthright citizenship ad on Fox to Born in the USA with like 35 millimeter aesthetics. Crazy. Bro, what is this? What is this music? A Trip to McDonald's, 1989. This is a different video.
I guess.
And we're waiting in line. I guess I'll say I want to look at the menu.
Chicken salad, Oriental. What the heck is that? What the heck is the Oriental chicken salad? That scares me. Does this video focus on the menu? Yeah, this is what I wanted. I wanted the menu, dude. Garden salad, side salad, $1. Large fries for $1. The Oriental chicken salad is just makes the day a little bit longer and also kills a panda bear. Happy Meal.
Say I want to look at the menu.
Bro, this kid has a mullet too. Hold on, we're gonna have to frame by frame this. Those $2.53 for a Happy Meal. What do you think a Happy Meal is right now? $4 and $8. Oh my goodness. I'm frame by framing. If you guys didn't know, the greater than and less than signs frame by frame on YouTube. $20-piece chicken nugget for $4.20. Oh my gosh. 20-piece chicken nugget right now. What do you think, guys? That's wait, that's actually a good deal. $20-piece chicken nugget for $6 is actually, that's not bad. That might be the most price stable item on the that's just the nuggets though. I don't think they had meals. They didn't have meals in the 80s. This is not they didn't have combos. These are all just individual items. They didn't have combos. What is the McDLT? What do you think the McDLT is? The McChicken is new. The advent of the McChicken. There you go, chat. Archival footage of the advent of the McChicken. Duck. The McDuck. Whoa, 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 whoa. Can we get the Big Mac price though? I want to see the Big Mac price. $1.60. Big Mac price. Big Mac price right now. That's rough. That's not to speak of the quality. Yeah, the quality of a Big Mac in the 80s, dude. I would give my clanker balls to eat a 1980s Big Mac. I'm not going to lie to you. The country style McChicken. Free large fries with the purchase of a McChicken sandwich. Dude, that means you could get a McChicken with a free large fry. What were they? They were like $1.50 or something. Crazy. Oh, Lexio Semper has missed clanker balls. Yeah, you should go back and later, not right now, but tomorrow or Monday, you should rewind and find the clanker balls. You should go find. We found a video about where Delaware is installing a thing called clanker balls on the road. We just laughed about that for about a half hour. The ice cream cone is going to make me sad. Hot apple pie, 65 cents. They're like $2 a piece. 59-cent ice cream cone. See, I feel like when I go now, I feel old because I'm old enough to remember when McDonald's big thing was every size drink is $1. Like all the drinks were $1, and I thought that was great. I remember that in high school. It was great. This kid took a video of this menu just for the heck of it and didn't realize he was taking like literal archival footage for internet historians and autists. They didn't need a dollar menu. Everything was less than $1. If they had introduced a dollar menu in '89, people would have been like, why are things getting more expensive?
Get the DuckTales.
Maybe the McDLT was duck. Dude, a banana milkshake? I bet that banana milkshake was fire. Bro, why are you randomly pushing it on this poor girl's face? That's so rude. I remember the Walmart fish tanks.
Is this for here? Hi. We're ordering food. We're ordering more food. Still, even more food. No, because I have.
Bro was filming in portrait mode. He was decades ahead of his time. Dude, Kroger used to have a lobster tank. I remember the Kroger lobster tank. Dude, yeah, I'm 27. It's unfortunate. I am closer to 30. Yeah, I'm closer to 30 than I think I am to you. $34. Hey, no shame. I just don't like. Every time I remember, 27 is the first time I felt like too old. You know what I mean? Like 27 is the first time I've been like, I might be getting old. 27 is the first time I've thought that is a number that is higher than a young person. Mysterion, how old are you 19? Oh gosh. Someone thought I was 41. You look 40. Oh, you're 25? All right, we're chill. We're chill. I am closer to you than 30. Mysterion, are you 19?
That's very true to my likings.
Yo, this guy's got aura. Yeah, no idea how I got here. 19, bro. Dude, 8. I'm 8 years older than you. You're born in 2007? Oh, gosh. I can remember 2007. No. 06. Oh, so you're going to turn 20 this year. I can't remember 06. Freshman in 2007. In 2007, I was 8. Can we talk about, okay, why are we going to plastic cups? We were told we couldn't have plastic straws because they were wasteful. So why are we going to plastic cups, right? Because here's where I'm at mentally. All right, let me get this off my chest. Okay, here's where I'm at. Okay, now I'm holding this for comedic effect. Maybe I'll cut this out of the explanation later, but I'm holding this so it looks like I'm drunk. The plastic cups. All right, they are worse in every way. Paper straws, worse in every way. So why are we moving to paper straws and plastic cups when we could be having paper cups and plastic straws, right? Because here's my thing. If the plastic is bad, then why are we doing plastic cups? If the paper is bad, then why are we moving away from paper cups, right? It doesn't make sense. So we should have the thing that is the best experience, which is paper cups and plastic straws. I don't see what the problem with this. I know a lot of people like the foam cups. I was never a fan of the foam cups. They like, I don't know. I don't like the way they feel. The texture throws me off. I might be on the spectrum. The texture of a plastic cup messes with me. Paper cups leak at times. Dude, I prefer the experience of the paper cup. The foam cups also, they break more easily in the cup holder. That's the other thing. They get pierced so easily. At least the paper cups, when something's pushing on them or they're like being... Yeah, that is another thing with you. You look 40 and you talk like an 80-year-old.
It's not on yet. Do you need two? You need one or two Coke for each set hot cake? The old uniform was better, yeah. George Bush being George Bush for 2 minutes. Yo, I bet this video rocks. Chat,
Our
I bet
enemies
this
are
video is
innovative and
phenomenal.
resourceful, and so are we. They never stop thinking about new ways to harm our country and our people, and neither do we. Families is where our nation...
George, no!
finds hope, where wings take dream. Fool me once. Shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again. Not one doubt in my mind that we will fail. They You teach a child to read, and he or her will be able to pass a literacy test.
The dance, yo, donate okay. The dancing is just, the dancing is hard. The dancing is awesome. Is that Joe Biden? Is that Joe? That's Joe and Obama. Wait, is he dancing holding hands with Michelle? Yo, wait. The rest of this is him being stupid and it's funny to laugh at him. But bro, that's funny. That is him trying to be funny, and that is hilarious. That is awesome. He's got Michelle's hand and he's dancing. 07, George. I love that Barbara is ignoring him and Michelle is trying to decide if he's doing a bit or is just retarded. And Joe Biden is already asleep. Stop.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers.
Now watch this drive.
Now watch this drive. One.
They cut out the best part. He gets back in the golf cart, puts his feet up on the dash of the golf cart, goes, "See ya on church on Sunday," and then taps the Secret Service agent and they take off down the green.
Three, four. I know what I believe. I will continue to articulate what I believe, And what I believe, what I believe is right.
The new Prime Minister of India is, no.
I don't know. I love it. See, this is the only difference in speaking style, at least, right? And like the only difference between W and the Don in speaking style is that like Don would say that, but he go, I don't know about him. Right? Like Don has the time on his feet to go, I don't know about like give the I don't know about him. And W is just like, shit, can't think of it. Too late now. Might as well just admit it that I don't know I don't know. Don realizes he's done a funny thing and then riffs on it so it makes it look intentional. W realizes he's done something funny and then just is like, whoops. Oh well.
The people of Bulgaria ought to be proud of the achievements that they have achieved. Thank you, Holiness. Awesome speech.
that one's great. I would do that too. That might be my all-time favorite. Thank you, Your Holiness. Awesome speech. That's so great. I love that one.
They have achieved. Thank you, Holiness. Awesome speech.
That's great. Thank you, Your Holiness. Awesome speech. Dude, that's great. I bet Holy Father Benedict was a dude. You know, he was a guy. I bet he appreciated that. I bet he knew what that meant coming from a Texan. I bet coming from a Texan, awesome speech. Yeah, awesome speech needs to be a meme.
They want the federal government controlling the Social Security like it's some kind of federal program.
Okay, that one's bad. That one's bad. That one. So when people say he was stupid, that's what they mean. He was a little dumb. George W was a little bit stupid, chat. W was a little bit stupid. just a little bit. When people say he was stupid, that's the kind of stuff they're talking about. They want the federal government controlling Social Security like it's some kind of federal program.
I know the human being and fish can coexist peacefully. Let me. There would have been a deficit, but there wouldn't have been the commiserate, the kick to our economy. And one of the things I've used on the Google is to pull.
The Google is great. W on CIA torture be like, Waterboard, what else are you supposed to do in Hawaii? He should have told the Chinese that human beings and fish could coexist peacefully. Well, his dad was president in 92. Or no. Yeah, his dad was president in 92.
Pull up map.
Are we rolling tape on that?
There you go. You got a brush?
Yes.
Just a one-finger victory salute.
What a guy. What a guy.
America.
Folklore is my drug. Okay, hold on. Dude, announcing KBJ's, dude, yeah. Imagine being KBJ, having to know that you were only picked because you were black, and then having to have this be your announcement.
That can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
Imagine that. Folklore is
droge koristite?
Droge? Ne, ja se ne drogiram, folklor je moja droga.
That's awesome. What a guy.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him. These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass. People are waiting for relief. I got them $1.9 trillion relief so far. They're going to be getting checks in the mail that are consequential. Just remind them, I wrote the bill on the environment. Why would I not be for it? We go back a long way. She was 12, I was 30, but anyway. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
Why attack Sanders? Why?
The classic.
Every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me.
You know, I kind of forgot he was president. Oh gosh, I totally forgot he was president. I forgot this guy was president. Everyone complaining about the Don not doing exactly what they wanted has to remember that this guy was president.
With dealing with everything.
I have to tell you guys a story about this debate. I was watching this debate. There was a co-working space that used to be in the second floor of the building that the Pints with Aquinas studio was in. And Matt Fradd and I and a couple of our friends, see if it's anybody you guys would know. No, not that I can think of that I want to dox. Yeah, nobody who I want to give away that they actually, yes, there are people you would know, but I don't want to give away where they work for obvious reasons. I won't say who they were, but Matt Fradd and I were there. We were watching. And I remember watching this debate, and at the start of this debate, and in August, so before, like a year prior to this debate, I had told Matt that Donald Trump was going to be the nominee. And you have to keep in mind, this is before the Don was shot. And I'd said Donald Trump was going to win the election. And Matt, like halfway through this debate, and I think it was during this moment, right when the Don here is going to go, I don't know what he just said, is when Matt looked at me and went, oh my gosh, how did you know?
Look, if we finally beat Medicare, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6.
Also, Trump breaks and is like, you don't have a 6. The funniest thing about this is that he was vice president in like 2016, that could be as early as 2009, right? His handicap could have been at a 6. Right, this was during the 2024 election, so it could have been it could have been 15 years ago that his handicap was a 6. Like he's just like, when I was vice president, that's an 8-year range, big dog.
I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest rival. He's a 6 handicap of all.
Because Trump is good at golf. Trump is actually good at golf. You can say what you want about him, and you know, people have debates about him on other stuff, but he is good. He actually is good at golf. You can't. If you've seen the videos, you've seen the video. He is good at golf.
8 handicap. Yeah. 8. But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Granddaughter's birthday in New York. Then we're going to watch the debate. And then tomorrow I'm doing 9/11. Mr. President.
Tomorrow I'm doing 9/11. Me too, Big Joe. Me too, Joe.
President Trump, former President Trump. Get a life, man. What a stupid son of a bitch. If you want to protect yourself, get a double-barrel shotgun. Have the shells a 12-gauge shotgun. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you.
He said end of quote off the teleprompter. Tomorrow I'm going to do 9/11.
The president has a big stick.
This guy. Yo, they so cheated in 2020. They made this guy president. They cheated in 2020 so hard. They cheated it. They cheated in 2020 so hard. This guy was president. Yo, what's up, Isaiah?
John, speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote.
He said end of quote.
I promise you.
The president.
The president has a big stick.
Why is he frozen the whole time? Isaiah, Isaiah, we watched this video earlier tonight from this Delaware local news station where they put these like metal balls at the height of a bridge to let people know the bridge is low so they would hit the balls and know, but they call them clanker balls. And so we watched a 7-minute news report on clanker balls. Why did you? No. He just keeps falling.
Mr. President, thank you.
Soda! Yes, soda!
For the communities where life will be transformed, thank you so
Caption makes that. It's so much funnier with that caption. Horrible day to have eyes.
This conference is on behalf of we the 15. I ask you.
No, to be fair to him, I would fall asleep during this.
A safer future for every life, regardless of their ability.
To be fair to him, I would have fallen asleep during that.
Got a lot of
no. Thanks. The deep inhale is crazy. Okay, hold on. Joe Biden, wake up.
We have a lot of other things to cover here, but I look to Dr. Sherwood.
Joe
Are we
Biden.
moving?
Joe Biden, wake up. Joe Biden, wake up. 9/11.
Joe Biden.
One of the things that I strongly believe is
Joe Biden, wake up.
I should probably go home. I'm tired.
Joe Biden, wake up.
Joe.
I'm tired.
Joe Biden.
What's happening?
Joe Biden has been coming.
What's happening?
Joe.
Joe Biden.
Hello, Mr. President. Wake up.
You should have to pay nearly $6,400 more than you would today.
Wake up.
Joe Biden. Wake up. Joe Biden. Elder Joe's fine. This is 5 years old. Oh no.
Hello.
What? Surely that's not what the whole video, right? That's not what you meant? That's crazy. Joe Biden, wake up. Nah, there's not going to be as many Bill Clinton memes. There was that clip from the Epstein hearings where Joe Biden is like just hitting on Nancy Mace and it's almost working.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live
True.
there.
Fact check. That was true.
No, get those lights off. Off. Turn them off. They're too bright. Turn them off.
He was right.
Turn
The
them
camera
off.
was
Let's
washed
go. Ready?
out.
Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights.
Getting a good picture, everybody, so we look nice and handsome and thin.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
Abu
Bakr
al-Baghdadi is dead. Latin music superstar Nikki Jam. Do you know Nikki? She's hot. Where's Nikki? Where's Nikki? Thank you, Nikki.
Did you guys see the clip of Donald Trump and the Japanese Prime Minister where you can so tell the Japanese Prime Minister is like into Donald Trump? Like she is like, look at this. Is this the clip I want? This might be the clip I want.
Inviting me to the White House today.
Thank you.
So, my visit is timely. とにかく今、
Is it this? Is it this?
Good friend, but one question: why didn't you tell U.S. allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about we Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing, you don't want to signal too much. You know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay? Right? You know, he's asking me.
I'm trying to find, where's the, she's like, is it this picture? That's not the video I wanted. Is it? It's one of these, dude. They're all using different photos of them, but like, use a photo from that meeting. So like, this is what I'm talking about. Why do we have this photo from it? It's not the photo I want. There was a meeting where she was giving him the eyes. Shinzo Abe. Yeah, Shinzo Abe. Shinzo Abe saves Trump. That one's great.
That's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see some...
Donald, you must move your head.
Shinzo, you died, and I never got the chance to say goodbye.
Donald, I don't
Donald Trump has a special kind of friendship with the prime ministers of Japan. Donald Trump and Shinzo friggin' loved each other, and if I found out that Donald Trump and the current prime minister of Japan had a liaison, I would not be surprised by that. I would be disappointed. I would not be surprised. They really they act a certain way at each other's company. You know what I mean? They act like they enjoy each other's company more than you would think.
Why?
Oh, music. Good catch. Good catch. Oh, gosh, I can't watch this then. She either really likes him or she despises him. And there's literally zero in between. No context, American politics. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Why am I here?
Are you a racist? Do you hate Mexicans?
I am black. I am gay. I am disabled.
I'm not ashamed to admit that I'm a Christian.
I'm not ashamed to say that I believe in God and I believe in His Word.
And I just love the idea of exploring the unknown. And then there's other things that we just haven't figured out or discovered yet. To think about so much that's out there that we still have to learn. Like, I love that.
I will lead the country through tumultuous events. That's what I believe I can do because I learned how to do it when I was governor of the state of Florida.
Yeah, I know you can do it.
I can't believe they really tried Jeb. That's crazy that they tried Jeb. The Bush family really thought they were about to start an actual dynasty. The Bush family really thought they were going to start a dynasty like no one ever had before.
Perfect. Send ourselves a shot. I wish everyone was as perfect as you, Pete.
I couldn't imagine somebody like Osama bin Laden understanding the joy of Hanukkah.
Dude, I remember that.
I don't know who created Pokemon Go, but I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Yo, I've seen this clip 100 times. I have never noticed till just now how gay Tim Kaine's clap is.
Pokemon go to the polls.
Limp-wristed, dude. What are we doing?
These words came from the Pokemon movie. The media pointed that out.
This is a simple meme that you would find on the internet, but this meme is very real. The Green New Deal, surprise, serves China and China only.
And two things if you're gonna date one of my daughters.
Respect.
And?
A healthy appreciation for the Second Amendment, sir.
But he's also an...
Oh, wait. Okay, can we talk about this? This is something on the right that makes me this is something in conservative politics that even I'm like, come on guys, come on guys. Like, I get it. I own a firearm, okay? My firearm is right here, okay? This is my firearm, all right? Okay, this is my firearm. But the guns everywhere in a political ad, like this kind of stuff in politics where it's like, I have 40 guns. If you want to collect guns, that's totally cool. I get it. Collecting guns is cool. But like this is like 2 guns, like 2 pistols on the side table, and like I'm going to threaten this young guy who's dating my daughter. Like, if first of all, if you feel like you need to threaten one of your daughter's boyfriends with a firearm, like she shouldn't be dating him at all. Like that's also, you've not raised your daughter well enough to pick good men. If you think you need to threaten them with a firearm, you've been a shitty father. Come at me for that take, I guess. But if you feel like you need to threaten, if you ever feel like you need to threaten one of your, like if you feel like you've been a shitty father because you haven't raised your daughter to like pick good men, so that's on you as much as on the boyfriend, but also like just forbid her from dating. But beyond that, this is not like, this is so low class. Like this just comes across like barbaric and uncivilized. Like, I like violence and I want to do it just comes across almost like fetish content.
The appreciation for the Second Amendment.
Like it comes across like a violence fetish. Like you
He's
you
also
get
an
off on
amazing
killing
dad.
people or something.
Ron loves playing with the kids.
Build the wall.
He reads stories.
Then Mr. Trump said, "You're fired." I love that part.
He's teaching Madison to talk.
Make America great again.
You might not, I want to tell you this. I was in Israel.
All right. Well, Ron has just turned out to be a traitor, so there's that. Yeah, it's ghetto. It's the same thing as ghetto trash. Yeah.
And I was talking to some Israeli.
Is that guy wearing a Fox shirt, like the skate brand, like the Walmart
Let me tell you
brand?
this. I was in Israel, and I was talking to some Israeli and Palestinian peacemakers. And I said, I'm telling you the truth. I said, well, you know, the Great Mother doesn't choose sides. According to Avatar, the Great Mother doesn't choose sides. She's there to protect balance.
Yes.
She doesn't pick.
Sorry, hold on. I could have sworn this lady just quoted Avatar as a religious text to some Palestinian and Israelites. Could have sworn that's what I heard. I must admit, I could have sworn that's what I heard. I must have been wrong. I know I misheard her. Let me just back up.
I was in Israel, and I was talking to some Israeli and Palestinian peacemakers.
She dropped the clipboard.
And I said, I'm telling you the truth. I said, well, you know, the Great Mother doesn't choose sides. According to Avatar,
that is, you know how earlier, you know how earlier, yeah, the Great Mother is cringe. I think, Raymond, you could be missing the part that we're freaking out at. The Great Mother thing is cringe, right? Just occult weirdness. The part we're dumbfounded at is that she's unironically quoting Avatar as religious text to Palestinians and Israelites. So You know how earlier I said that destroying the Three Gorges Dam would result in more deaths than a nuclear bomb? That's a level of stupid that I'm shocked hasn't killed even more people than that. Hold on. Does this have music in it?
I get home from a day where,
Wait, we are going to watch that. We're going to watch that in a minute.
The Great Mother
I saw
doesn't
some of that
choose
earlier
sides. She's
today.
there to protect balance.
Yes.
She doesn't pick a winner. She protects balance. And do you
Yes.
know what the Palestinian and the Israelis in the room, do you know their reaction?
What they say. They thought about it.
They
That's
nodded.
good.
And I think it was because some of them had seen Avatar.
How did that clip get worse? How did that clip get worse? How did that get worse? How did that go? How did that get worse? How did that get dumber? Right? Like, because we paused it, we took a break, we were like, no. No. And it got dumb. How did it get dumber? That's the question. Because we paused it, we took our breath, I took a drink, we said, surely. And then when we played it again, it was dumber after that. After the part that we nearly all had a collective mental breakdown about. Okay? After that part, we nearly collectively had a mental breakdown. Then it got dumber. And I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering personally how that's happened. And, I don't think I'm going to get an answer to that. And that is discouraging, which is why I'm not, I'm anti-democracy. Because I want to remind you, or tell some of you who may be too young or not have been politically involved in 2020, that woman was on the main debate stage with Joe Biden and the other frontrunners for the Democrat nomination.
All of that is not investigated. President Trump is investigated because they're scared that he's running, and he will win again.
And today, we greet the President of United Earth.
Madam President.
Madam President.
Welcome.
There's no video of President Trump sucking a ding-dong. And so what if there was? That's a lot better than World War III, Owen. I never sucked any ding-dongs.
Kansas doesn't have a...
I freaking... Alex Jones is so funny. Will you watch Dune 3? Any hope for it? I will not watch Dune 3. I have no hope for it. It will be terrible. It will be terrible. There's no video of President Trump sucking a ding dong. It's so what if there was? It's great. Eric Adams. This guy almost got arrested.
Brand? I never sucked any ding-dongs. Kansas doesn't have a brand. When you go there, okay, you're from Kansas.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, will be to save Texas.
That the diversity of this community.
You know what? We're just gonna have to let the whole Dan Crenshaw one slide. There's so much. There's so much. There's so much. We're just gonna have to let all of that go. We're just gonna have to let that one go.
As distinct as the Bogotas of the Bronx, as beautiful as the blossoms of Miami, and as unique as the breakfast tacos here in San Antonio, is your strength.
Should someone have to have a government-issued license to drive a car?
This clip always gets me. This clip is insane. Wait, X-Tex, if you haven't seen this clip, you need to see this one. This one is hilarious. First of all, the fact that Larry Elder is moderating this debate is great.
The license to drive? You know, I'd like to see some competency exhibited by...
They didn't play the full thing. They didn't play. They cut out the part that makes it funny. That it's not funny on its own.
Should someone have to have a government-issued license to drive a car?
Hell no. What's next? Requiring a license to make toast in your own damn toaster?
The license to drive? You know, I'd like to see some competency exhibited by people before they drive. Well, before they drive.
You can't fake it. You're either strong or you're not. And Jeff Sessions, he's not.
The difference with green eggs and ham is when Americans tried it, they discovered they did not like green eggs and ham, and they did not like Obamacare either. They did not like Obamacare in a box with a fox, in a house, or with a mouse.
If you killed Ted Cruz on the floor of the Senate, and the trial was in the Senate, nobody can convict you.
$10,000? $10,000 bet?
I'm not in the betting business, but
okay.
When a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s and 30s and maybe 40s.
What are you talking? Wait.
That's not according to me.
Prime for what?
Prime in her 40s? What are we talking about?
It depends. I mean, it's just like prime if you look it up.
I would nominate any gay to the Supreme Court, or lesbian or bisexual or transgendered person to the Supreme Court.
Yes, yes. All rise for the Honorable Justice Chick with Dick.
But who ended the Holocaust? I mean, what country?
The Soviet Union, actually.
Okay, but
I can't. I'm stuck. I'm a little. I've slid under the desk, and there's a lot of wires down here. There's a lot of wires, And it's not a lot of space between the desk and the chair. It's not, it's real easy to slide down. It's real hard to get back up. Okay, I'm back. Okay.
But
I mean, the Soviet Union did that.
no.
Palestinians don't get a right of return. And then once you've got those borders, I would build the world's highest wall, which they already have. They just built it in the wrong place. Okay, and you know what that wall did? It worked.
New generation of Democrats, Bill Clinton and Al Gore, and they don't think the way the old Democratic Party did. They've called for an end to welfare as we know it, so welfare can be a second chance, not a way of life. They've sent a strong signal to criminals by supporting the death penalty.
We don't always see eye to eye, do we, Newt?
No, but we...
What? That's far right Bill Clinton.
We do agree our country must take action to address climate change.
We need cleaner forms of energy, and we need them fast.
If enough of us demand action from our leaders...
Why are they so close? There's so much. Why? He's on this side of the couch. Why is she like scooted into him? That's so weird. That's so creepy.
We can spark the innovation we need.
And, you know, that whole suddenly America's like the biggest oil producer and the biggest that was me, people. I just want you to.
Abi Kibar, Trump, Sarkar.
We love the Hindus. We love India.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
So again, thank you, George Floyd, for sacrificing your life for justice.
Thank you, Nazis.
Turn off that camera. I said turn it off. This is my city. When I say off, I mean off.
Yo, they left out my favorite one. Gotta have them ribs. Gotta have them ribs.
Yeah, another guy said, but I tell you what, you won't see me moving to no African jungle anytime soon. Or some goddamn desert somewhere sitting on a carpet with a bunch of Arabs. No, sir. And you won't see me stop eating no ribs either. Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too. Joe Malcolm talk about no pussy.
Gotta have them ribs. Gotta have them ribs. All right.
I broke into some guy's house and planted a camera on a bug, and I'd get home and she'd say, "How's your day?" I'd say, "Great." "What'd you do?" "Not a darn thing." And then my phone would ring at, midnight, and a guy would say,
"The rain in Spain falls mainly in the plain."
And I'd say, "Mares eat oats and does eat oats and little lambs eat ivy." And that means, "Meet me at the yacht club parking lot in 3 hours." And then I'd leave. She would say, where are you going? It's midnight."
"I gotta work."
So I'd leave. I'd do my meeting. I'd come home, 6 o'clock in the morning, just in time to shower and shave and get dressed to go to work. And she would say,
"What was her name?"
And I remember this one terrible time. That's what she said to me. What was her name? The truth is,
"I had been sitting in a garbage dumpster, waiting for a guy to drive by down the alley and throw a bag of documents in. And I stunk
of garbage." And I said to her,
"Do I seriously smell to you like I've been with a woman? Seriously?"
So we ended up getting a divorce. Have you ever killed anybody? No, thank God. My children asked me that. And I told them very proudly that I have never taken any action that resulted in the death of another human being.
There's one kind of half exception.
And I think about this all the time. In 1993, I guess it was.
This one, I know this
I was sitting in the
one.
morning meeting. I told you earlier that every unit meets every day at 9 o'clock, and you just talk about what happened in the country that you cover overnight. I was in the morning meeting, and the secretary came in, and she said, John, General Powell is on the phone for you. Call him Powell. And I said, General Powell? How does he know who I am? And she
said, I don't know, but he asked for you by name.
My boss is like, well, go answer the phone. So I went to my desk, and I said, good morning, General Powell. This is John Kiriakou. And he says,
John, if the Iraqis were going to kill the president, who would actually be in charge of that operation?
and I said, well, if you're talking about the attempt to kill President Bush, George H.W. Bush, he had been visiting Kuwait. I said, Kuwait operations are run from the Iraqi intelligence service's Basra station. But Basra station is headed by Sabr Abdulaziz Adori, the director of the Iraqi intelligence service.
He says, where does he sit?
I said, Baghdad.
Where exactly in Baghdad?
I said, if you hold on a second, I'll look up the address. So I looked it up. I gave him the address. He said,
thank you. And he hangs up the phone.
I go back in the meeting. They were like, what do you want? I said, he wanted to know about Sabra Adori and the attempt to kill President Bush. I'm like, okay.
8 hours later, we fired 47 cruise missiles into Iraqi intelligence service headquarters.
But by then it was the middle of the night in Baghdad.
And we killed the janitor.
No, we really need the information. You gotta pretend that you're gay.
I love that he was like, this is who would do it. And they were just like, let's kill the janitor. Hold on, I gotta text somebody.
I said, okay, I'll do it. So I call him and I said, hey, I have 2 tickets to this show and I was hoping maybe you'd be free. Maybe we'll grab some sushi afterwards. He said, yeah, I'd love to. So we go to the show. He thoroughly enjoyed it. And we go for sushi afterwards. And then we go out again and he says, why don't you come over to my place some night and I'll make dinner. I said, great. So I go over to his place. He made a lovely dinner. And then I thought, well, I have to invite him to my place. So I told my wife, you're going to have to get out. So she left. I made dinner. I removed all the pictures of us together. And we had just gotten married. So we had our wedding picture up and everything. At the dinner, he leaned in to kiss me. And I instinctively backed off. And he said, oh my God, I'm sorry. I thought you're gay. And I said, oh no, I am gay. I'm not into hairy guys. And he's like, oh, okay. I said, I'm sorry. I think you're great, but I'm not feeling it. You didn't kiss him? No.
So he pulls out the Polaroids.
And I get.
What the fuck? This is so weird.
These are like hardcore gay,
Stop. Dude, Legate sent me this. Legate put this in the chat.
Anal.
And he lays them out. And he says, is this torture? These men, they're torturing each other. Should they be sent to Guantanamo? And these guys are old. So they're like, they have their trifocals on. And they're like, one of them picks it up and he goes, like this. He goes.
Oh, not good. This haram. Not good.
And the other one, he hands it to the other one.
Oh, no. This not good.
And they just set it down. And they just look at him. Like, damn it.
Nothing's happening.
I asked him if he had access to a target. And he said, not today.
But I could fuck her if I wanted to.
I said, get out of here. He goes, she's been flirting with me for
40 years.
I said, well, she has something that I want. Can you get close enough to her to get it? And he said, yeah. I said, then get it. So he triggered the meeting to say,
he fucked her.
And she gave him everything that I had asked for, and he wanted to give it to me. I said, you're a dog, you know that? You're like an animal. I said, you're an old man.
You're older than my father, I told him.
And you're banging women to get information from them? He's like,
this is the life we've chosen for ourselves.
I said, okay, all right. No need to get dramatic about it now. I fucking love this guy. I love him. I Googled him a few years ago and
he died.
Are hitmen real?
Yes.
At At the National Security Council, there is a committee that meets every Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock to draw up something called
the kill list.
They sit around a table and they make a list of all the people that they want to kill that week. And then they take it back to the CIA, which has a
Dedicated unit.
I won't tell you the name, but it has a dedicated unit that takes receipt of the list. They say, okay, number 1. They drive to the airport, they get on the plane, they go out to that country.
They kill the person.
They come back, and then they go to number 2 on the list. That happens every single week. Now, we can have a conversation about whether that's right or whether it's wrong.
It's certainly immoral. It's illegal.
But it's been tasked by the president. At the same time...
What do you mean by right and wrong, then? What does he mean by right and wrong? There's no way he said we could have a good discussion about whether that's right or wrong, and then said it's immoral and illegal. What the heck?
They will tell you.
There hasn't been another 9/11, has there?
Maybe it's because we're out there killing people. What kind of people would be on that list? Oh, the most dangerous terrorists in the world.
Or at least people that the CIA deems to be the most dangerous terrorists in the world.
And they
put me on the list.
Start asking you questions. Have you ever committed a violent felony? No. Have you ever used a weapon in a crime? No. Are you financially responsible? Yes. Have you ever shoplifted anything? No. Have you ever taken anything from the office worth more than $20? No.
Have you ever had sex with a man?
And she just threw that one at me like a grenade. So I go, no.
Which was true.
But I could feel my heart going like this, like she's trying to trip me up. And she says, let's take a little break. You're sweating profusely. I can tell that you're nervous.
I said, yeah, you kind of threw that question out there like a grenade into the middle of the room.
She said, it's a standard question. I said, I understand. So I just kind of sat there for a couple of minutes.
Dude, this video is not funny. This video is not funny. This video is just... Legate has ruined the vibe.
We have a country where to assimilate, you have to speak English. I'm not the first one to say this, Dana. We've had many people over the years, for many, many years, saying the same thing. This is a country where we speak English, not Spanish.
Trump, take 30 seconds.
Let me just, he wants to be a tough guy. A lot of times, you'll have, and it doesn't work very well with
How tough is it to take property from an elderly woman?
Let me talk. Quiet.
How tough is it?
The king.
A lot of times.
The quiet is great.
That's all of his donors and special interests out there. So, that's what it is. That's what, and by the way, let me just tell you, we needed tickets. You can't get them. You know who has the tickets for I'm talking about to the television audience? Donors, special interests, the people that are putting up the money. So it is. The RNC told us we have all donors in the audience, and the reason they're not loving me, the reason they're not loving me is I don't want their money. I'm going to do the right thing for the American public. I don't want their money. I don't need their money. And I'm the only one up here that can say that. I know so many of the people in the audience. And by the way, I'm a self-funder. I have my wife and I have my son. That's all I have. Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake. All right? Now, you can take it any way you want. And it took Jeb Bush, if you remember at the beginning of his announcement, when he announced for president, it took him 5 days. He went back. It was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. It took him 5 days.
I'm just saying, prime Trump, right? Prime debate Trump will not. He is the GOAT. Isaiah is right about this. Prime debate, like 2016 Republican primary Trump was in his prime. No one is ever going to be this good. The only person that's ever come close to the consistency that Trump put up in these primaries was the VP debate, where JD's performance in the VP debate was shockingly good. And that's the closest anybody's ever gotten. But the consistency Trump, I mean, insane.
Or his people told.
This was like the Trump in the 2016 Republican primaries. His debate performance is like, I mean, it's prime Brady, right? Like it's three-peat Jordan. It's I mean, it's like 2020 LSU Tigers, you know? Just unmatched.
Told him what to say, and he ultimately said,
It's Fernando Mendoza, you know what I mean? I mean,
it was a mistake.
oh, by the way, Isaiah, this is totally, I meant to text you this, but Isaiah, the IU spring game, which is like where the IU offense versus the IU defense, like it's a like an exhibition game. That game is going on during the NFL draft, which means Mendoza is going to be announced as the #1 overall pick during that game. So I don't know where that game's going to be airing, but I'm going to be watching that because it's going to be sick. I can't wait to watch the crowd go absolutely nuts when Fernando is picked #1 overall.
The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake. So George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East.
He should be impeached. I think it's my turn, isn't it?
You do whatever you want. You call it whatever you want. I want to tell you, they lied.
Okay.
They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none. There were no weapons of mass destruction.
To go
The
after
World
my
Trade
mother.
Center came
He's
down
had the
during
gall
your
to go
brother's
after
reign.
my
Remember
mother.
that.
Hold on. Let me finish this.
Friends, the World Trade Center came down during the reign of George. He kept us safe. That's not safe. That is not safe, Marco.
Oh, my mom is the strongest woman I know.
She should
this
be running.
This is not about my family. This is a tough business to run for president.
I know. You're a tough guy, Jeb.
And we need to have a leader.
She
that
should
is
be
real
running
tough.
is
You're
hilarious.
never going to be president of the United States by insulting
Jeb,
your way to the
let's
presidency.
see. I'm at 42 and you're at 3. So
Doesn't matter.
far I'm doing better.
Doesn't matter.
So far I'm doing better. You know, you started off over here, Jeb. You're moving over further and further. Pretty soon you're going to be off the end.
Don't lose your temper there. Trump. He wanted casino gambling in Florida.
I didn't want
Yes, you did.
Totally false.
You wanted it, and you didn't get it because I was
it.
opposed to casino gambling before, during, and after to be bought by anybody.
I promise, if I wanted it, I would have gotten it.
No way, man.
Believe me.
Nope.
I know my people.
Not even possible.
I know my people.
But the simple fact is...
Excuse me. 1 second.
No.
I didn't want to...
The simple fact is, Donald, you cannot take...
More energy tonight. I like that. Look.
Yo, the absolute... No, Jeb Clinton is not the 2016 darkest timeline. There's a way darker one. Jeb Bernie Sanders, dude. That timeline is terrible. Because Bernie would have won. And that is the reality of that. I looking back on this, like 11 years later, Trump just like fully calling like I would have gotten it. At the time, people just thought he was being Trump, right? But like I fully believe. Like, is anybody in the chat doubt that if Trump wanted Florida to have legal casino gambling, that Florida would have had legal casino gambling? Does anybody doubt that? I mean.
I was asked the question.
The weakest person on the stage by far on illegal immigration is Jeb Bush. They come out of an act of love, whether you like it or not. He is so weak on illegal immigration, it's laughable, and everybody knows.
That's fine. I don't really
spend
care
a little
about
more
it.
money on the
I can handle it.
commercials.
But if you want to talk about weak,
He also said about language.
I've laid
so
out my
good. He was
plans.
so
He said about
good.
language. My language. 2 days ago, he said he would take his pants off and moon everybody, and that's fine. Nobody reports that. He gets up and says that, and then he tells me, oh, my language was a little bit rough.
Bragg, for example, that he's been bankrupt 4 times, and it was great because he could use the legal system.
Let me respond. That's another lie. I never went bankrupt. It's another lie. No, but it's a lie. This guy, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
We need someone with a proven record.
I use the laws to my benefit because I run a company. I never went bankrupt. Excuse me, Jeb.
Yeah.
I never went bankrupt.
Jeb.
Never. Now,
But you don't want to say that.
You know why Jeb Bush made the biggest miscalculation in the 21st century politics, right? Jeb Bush has made a bigger miscalculation in 21st century politics than anyone else, right? Nobody has made as big of a political error as Jeb did, trying to constantly pick a fight with Donald Trump. Jeb Bush was convinced Donald Trump could not win, somebody else would win, and he, through his constant bickering with Trump, would weaken Trump enough to be the reason that somebody else got over Trump, probably Ted Cruz, and Ted would give him the VP position, and then he could become president. Jeb realized quickly he wasn't going to be president, and so in 2016, Jeb was trying to tear Trump down, specifically to enable somebody else. Yeah, I said 21st century. And Jeb got destroyed so thoroughly that his political career is dead. Jeb is the only person on this stage whose political career never recovered. Ben Carson was on this stage. He has a job in the Trump administration. Ted Cruz still is a senator.
Jeb doesn't really believe.
Marco Rubio, Secretary of State now, right? Jeb's career is over. He took on Trump too hard. He didn't have what it took. Marco Rubio has literally every job now.
I'm unhinged. He said that very simply because he has failed in this campaign. It's been a total disaster. Nobody cares. And frankly, I'm the most solid person up here.
Ever ready. It's very high energy, Donald. Mr. Trump?
Humble.
I like Donald. He is an amazing entertainer. Most of his life.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
For most of his life, that's a matter of principle.
And I'll tell you, biggest liar. You probably are worse than Jeb Bush. You are the single biggest liar.
Dude, what? I mean, like, you see this, like, Ted Cruz is punching at him, but Jeb genuinely hated him. Trump could tell.
All right.
This guy lied.
There is a reason that when Ted grew a beard, everybody was like, "Keep the beard, Ted." He looked creepy without the beard.
Hey, let me just tell you, this guy lied about Ben Carson when he took votes away from Ben Carson in Iowa, and he just continues.
Oh, I forgot. Bro, here is his career's over too, but that's his career was over. I mean, that's not anything to do with Donald. He just sucked.
And today we had robocalls saying Donald Trump is not going to run in South Carolina, where I'm leading by a lot. I'm not going to run. Vote for Ted Cruz. This is the same thing he did to Ben Carson. This guy will say anything. Nasty guy. Now I know why he doesn't have one endorsement from any of his colleagues.
All right, John, I get to respond.
Pick from the buffet there.
He's a nasty guy.
When you point to his own record, he screams, liar, liar, liar. If you want to go...
Where did I support it? Where did I support it? Hey, Ted, where did I support it?
If you want to go and watch the video, go to our website, tedcruz.org.
Where did I support it, Ted?
Out of Donald's own mouth.
Where did I support it?
You supported it when we were battling over defunding Planned Parenthood. You went on television and said Planned Parenthood does wonderful things and we should not defund them.
Oh, it does do wonderful things, but not as it relates to abortion.
So tell me, what are the wonderful things? What are the wonderful things it does?
There are wonderful things having to do with women's health.
You see, you and I disagree on that.
Not when it comes to abortion. That's where I draw the line.
John, the reason...
Mr. Trump, talking about the polls, I'm beating him awfully badly in the polls.
But you're not beating Hillary. So you're not beating Hillary.
Well, then if I can't beat her, you're really going to get killed, aren't you? First of all, Rand Paul.
Dude, you can tell. Oh, dude, this lady. She was CEO of HP for a while. Why was she there? There's always one person in a primary who you're like, what are they doing? And how did they get on the stage? And this is the CEO of HP. Like, what is she doing? How'd she get on the stage?
Paul shouldn't even be on this stage. He's number 11. He's got 1% in the polls. And how he got up here, there's far too many people.
Mr. Trump.
Hold on. Yeah, here we go. This is the first debate because this is the one at the Reagan Congress. Chris Christie, dead. Yeah. This is... Her name's Fiona something, I think. This is... I mean, Rand Paul, Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz, Ben Carson, Jeb Bush... Dude, who all... I can't make out the pictures, so I'm gonna have to look it up. Carly Fiona. Fiorina? Fiorina. Oh, the Reagan Library. Okay. Carson, Christie, Cruz, Fiorina, Gilmore. Oh, yeah. I forgot he even existed. Huckabee. Mike Huckabee ran for president. Oh my gosh. I guess it's either him or him. I think it's probably him. I forgot Mike Huckabee ran for president. Scott Kevin Walker. I forgot he ran too. I forgot he existed. Dude, Rick Santorum. I voted. I didn't vote in 2016. I couldn't vote in 2016, but I was a Santorum believer because I was a Santorum believer in 2012 when I was 13. Kasich. That's John Kasich, dude. That right there is John Kasich. So that must be Mike Huckabee.
1% in the polls. And how he got up here, there's far too many people.
Mr. Trump.
I never attacked him on his look. And believe me, there's plenty of subject matter right there.
Santorum was the vote in 2012. Santorum was going to win in 2012. And then his daughter got sick. Blue Collar Conservative. Great book. And I have talked to people who tell me that Donald Trump read Rick Santorum's book, Blue Collar Conservative, and that it was what inspired Donald Trump to run for president. Would he have beaten Obama? Seems unlikely, but the movement towards a more working class focused conservative party would have been significant. And you know, part of that, and it's like a butterfly effect, because I think that Trump still would have won. If he had beaten Obama, Trump would not have ever run, because Trump would have seen the need to run. But I don't think he would have. I think it just would have shifted the Overton window a lot.
That I can tell.
Obama, I don't think people my age and younger, aside from like uniquely informed and uniquely like very uniquely informed and very uniquely well-read or politically autistic people, realize just how charismatic Barack Obama was when he was president, and how good of a public speaker he was, and the effect that had on the country, especially a country that wanted to feel like, we're so past all the bad things we've done in our past that like we have this black guy as the leader, and his voice was soothing, and he was black, so people felt good about voting for him. Like it made people feel good about him, good about themselves. And on top of that, he was great at public speaking. And it wasn't just his voice, like his cadence, the way he talked. He was phenomenal at public speaking. He was so good at it. And you have to have a unique kind of charism now to run for president, or to be successful at it. Like Joe Biden was forced through, but he was forced through specifically because Bernie was winning, and Bernie has a unique type of charism, right? He's uniquely charismatic. Donald Trump's uniquely charismatic, and you know, this is the main reason I think JD will do better than Marco Rubio in 28 is because JD is very charismatic. There are people who don't like him, but I think they're terminally online and they are not super well informed. But it's just you need a lot more charismatic. You need to be a lot more charismatic now to run for president successfully. And I just don't think anybody else has it. Nobody's had it like Trump. Nobody's had it like Obama. They're just on another level. And they back to back are what turned American politics into cults of personality. Because they were both so charismatic, chat. Like, you guys have to understand that Obama and Trump both were so like infectious as personalities that having them back to back and then having 4 years of literally a piece of like burnt toast as a puppet and then back to Trump again. Like, American politics is never going to recover and never it's going to take decades if it ever gets away from being cults of personality again, because those two guys were so uniquely their movements uniquely fell into that. If Trump and Obama ran against each other, who would win? I don't know. But the political nerd in me would love to watch that unfold. I would really like to see him debate. I think Obama's a better public speaker. I think Trump's better on his feet. So the debates would be phenomenal. Just because it'd be two completely different styles of debating that, I mean, Mitt Romney got bent over and folded up and just Mitt Romney got, I mean, just destroyed in those debates. Like, just beat the fuck up, dude. And Trump has never lost a debate. It would be insane to watch them debate. I would love to see it. What I think would be more interesting than watching them debate is the political, like the policy square offs. Obama dumpstered McCain, dude. McCain got his. What happened to John McCain on the debate stage was arguably more violent than becoming a prisoner of war. I'm just going to tell it like it is, right? Like John McCain, if I was John McCain, I would rather get shot down in a plane again than debate Barack Obama again. Like, John McCain got, I mean, what Fernando Mendoza did to Alabama in the Rose Bowl is about half of what Barack Obama did to John McCain. Okay. And Trump did, like, Trump ended people's careers in these debates. Okay. The people that Trump decided to focus on no longer have political careers. All right. He focused on Jeb. Jeb does not have a political career. Like, Barack Obama beat the hell out of Mitt Romney and John McCain, but they continue to have political careers. Trump ended Jeb Bush's career. Okay? Donald Trump ended Jeb Bush's career. Donald Trump ended the guy who I forgot's career because I literally forgot him. Kasich. Donald Trump ended John Kasich's career. Like, he ended Republican mainstays' careers. They are gone. They didn't have jobs after this. And the answer literally is, would Obama be able to stay calm against Trump? Right? If you guys, I don't know how familiar you guys are with chess, but Magnus Carlsen, who's the world number one, the first time he became world champion, he played this guy named, oh no. Dang it. I forgot who he was playing. Who was the reigning champion? I forgot who the reigning world champion was in 2013. Anand. Vishy Anand was his name. Everybody just called him Vishy Anand. Okay, so Magnus played this guy, Vishy Anand. And the way Magnus plays chess is that Magnus calculates out of lines that he doesn't have. Like, if you have a line, like if you're in a position that you don't have prepared, Magnus is going to beat you. If a line is in your preparation, and the way Vishy played is that he plays in prepared lines better than anybody else. And so what Magnus did is he tried to get Vishy out of his prep as quick as possible. That meant he got as much time with as much strategy outside of prep and in pure calculation. And that's how he won. He ultimately won. He became world champion. And that is the equivalent of what the Trump versus Obama, like prime versus prime debate would be. The question is whether prime Trump, right? 2016 prime debate Trump can get, I mean, Obama was in his prime for so many years, but let's just say, I mean, 2008 was crazy, dude. He was a nobody, and he won due to those debates. So yeah, 08. Let's say whether 2016 Trump versus 2008 Obama, 2008 Obama. The question is whether Trump could get Barack Obama out of his prep and into just a raw fist fight that's about, like, do you see this coming, right? If it's out of prep and it's just, do you see this left hook coming, then Trump wins. If Trump can't get Barack Obama out of his prep, Obama's prep would be, like, Obama's prep would dumpster Trump's prep. Not even close. So, but if it was a brawl that was outside of prep, Trump would three gorges down Barack Obama. Okay, I mean, just if Obama stayed cool, Trump looks so pathetic that he just loses. If Obama gets out of his cool, then Trump looks like the guy who's professional. Because when Trump is out of his cool and the other guy's out of his cool, Trump looks like he knows what he's doing, and it makes him look good because it makes him look like he knows how to work on his feet, and voters appreciate that. Which is why going into these, like, battle royale debates, he was so effective.
He said back in 2006, gee, I hope it does collapse because then I can go in and buy some and make some money. Well, it did collapse.
That's called business, by the way. And Hillary, I just ask you this. You've been doing this for 30 years. Why are you just thinking about these solutions right now? For 30 years you've been doing it, and now you're just starting to think of solutions.
Well, actually,
I will bring back jobs. You can't bring back jobs.
Well, actually, I have thought about this quite a bit.
Yeah, for 30
and
years.
I have.
See, this is what I'm talking about. She's out of her prep. She's out of her prep, and he's just for 30 years. For 30 years. The poke. He was
Well, not quite that long, Dad.
But you have no plan.
Oh, I do.
Secretary,
in fact,
you
I
have no
written
plan.
A book about it. It's called Stronger Together. You can pick it up
That's
tomorrow.
about all you
Folks,
at
we're
the
gonna-
bookstore. So if you want to see in real time what the facts are, please go and take a look. Because
And
what
take a
I
look
have
at mine
proposed
also,
would
and you'll
not
see.
add a-
She's telling
Dude, this is what I'm talking about. He's got her in her opening statement, he's got her off. Yeah, her prep partner had to censor himself. Whereas Chris Christie prepped Trump. I don't know if you guys know this, but Chris Christie prepped Trump. And he recently did an interview where he talked about the prep he did, and he made Trump mad. Like, Trump walked out. He made Trump so mad. He was not... Chris Christie was so not censoring himself that Trump walked out of prep. Okay? Now, that sounds really bad. But what that means is that Trump let Chris Christie go so gloves off. Trump let Chris Christie go so gloves off that he had to leave the room during prep. He still hated the guy in 2024. They still hate each other in 2024. That's how good Trump's debate prep was for Hillary Clinton. The guy who prepped him and him still hate each other 8 years later. Crazy. Insane.
us how to fight ISIS? Just go to her website. She tells you how to fight ISIS on her website. I don't think General Douglas MacArthur would like that too much.
Good point.
No, you're telling the enemy everything you want to do.
No, we're not.
See, you're telling the enemy everything you want to do. No wonder you've been fighting. No wonder you've been fighting ISIS your entire adult life.
I have a feeling that by the end of this evening, I'm going to be blamed for everything that's ever happened.
Why not?
See, this is what I'm talking about. He's got her out of her prep, and she's basically complaining. She's just like, I mean, it's like peak woman moment. Like, and you're gonna blame me for everything that's ever happened. Like, she's arguing with him like a lover spat, and he's just like, no, like, why wouldn't I? You are at fault for everything.
Why not? Yeah, why not?
So it's negotiable?
It's not negotiable. No, let her release the email. Why did she delete 33,000?
Well, I'll let her.
Trying to get a casino license, and they showed he didn't pay any federal income tax. So
that makes
if
me
he's
smart. I was against the war in Iraq.
That makes me smart is great prep, right? Somebody prepped that makes me smart. And they told him to do it in his response, and he didn't do it. He popped it right there. He kills momentum. This is why they started doing the mic muting thing, by the way, because he was too good at that. That was supposed to be a part of presidential debates. It was a part forever. They would interrupt each other with one-liners. It was a part of the whole thing to try and get the other guy off his game. And Trump was too good at it. He was so good at it that they had to implement muting. It's literally an anti-Trump rule. Okay? It's like friggin' Ryan Clark, okay? Ryan Clark, the Steelers safety. If you've never seen Ryan Clark hit somebody, look up those highlights. We don't want to get the stream nuked from orbit again. But if you've never seen Ryan Clark hit somebody, that's why the NFL rules are different, by the way. The NFL rules are different because of that one guy. Trump in these debates is the reason that presidential debate rules are different today.
Just so you put it out.
The record shows otherwise.
The record
but why
does not show
why
that.
is your judgment
The record
any,
shows that I'm right.
Mrs. Clinton?
Well, I have much better judgment than she does. There's no question about that. I also have a much better temperament than she has. You know, I have a much better. Hillary has experience, but it's bad experience. We have made so many bad deals during the last. So she's got experience, that I agree, but it's bad experience.
She like this is what I'm talking about. She's just like, she thinks it's a joke, right? Like she's like treating him like a child. And the problem is that the American people have not been happy. So even the people who might vote for her when he says she's like a continuation of Barack Obama, and then sits there and smiles like it's a joke, people who are on the fence are like, oh, I'm not going to vote for her now. Like, this isn't a joke. My life sucks.
Whether it's the Iran deal that you're so in love with, where we gave them $150 billion back, whether it's the Iran deal, whether it's anything you can name, you almost can't name a good deal. I agree. She's got experience, but it's bad experience.
Oh,
like, looking back, I cannot believe that we ever thought she had a chance. I can't believe it. Like, it was even people who loved him, and I loved him, thought he's not going to win. It's just not going to happen. And looking back, goodness, I can't believe we ever were this wrong. What was the Iran deal? It was a deal where they like agreed to not have nuclear weapons if we gave them a bunch of cash, and then but they didn't have any proof, any way to, like, we weren't allowed to go check that they weren't making a nuke. So what ended up happening is that we shipped them pallets of cash and 0 checks if they were making a nuclear weapon or not. Everyone thought she was a shoo-in. And like looking back and watching these debates, it's like, how did we think that?
it is, it's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Yeah, because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton. It's just not true. And
I mean, how do we ever think this guy was going to lose? How was it a possibility in any of our minds that this guy was going to lose?
So please,
you didn't delete him?
Allow her to respond, please.
Personal emails, not official.
33,000.
That is true. It was literally Barack Obama was so good at politics that he made it seem like nobody could ever beat him. And they were cheating to make sure it happened. I mean, he was so good at politics, he was willing to use power to do things, right? I mean, the IRS, Crossfire Hurricane, the whole shebang. FBI, Crossfire Hurricane, IRS, whole shebang. They were doing shit to make sure that Hillary won.
Well, we turned over 35,000. So it was.
What about the other 15,000?
Please allow her to respond. She didn't talk while you talked.
Yes, that's true. I didn't.
Because you have nothing to say.
First, I'd like to get to the questions that the people have brought here tonight to talk to us about.
And get off this question.
If he wants to start, he can start. Go ahead, Hillary. No, go ahead, Donald.
No, I'm a gentleman, Hillary. Go ahead.
Secretary Clinton.
I mean, this is opening statements. He has her off the game and he's pacing. He owns that stage. How did we think this was going to happen? How do we not know this was going to happen?
She complains that Donald Trump took advantage of the tax code. Well, why didn't she change it? Why didn't you change it when you were a senator? The reason you didn't is that all your friends take the same advantage that I do. And I do. You have provisions in the tax code that, frankly, we could change. But you wouldn't change it because all of these people give you the money so you can take negative ads on Donald Trump. And I say that about a lot of things. You know, I've heard Hillary complaining about so many different things over the years. Oh, we should have done this. But she's been there for 30 years. She's been doing this stuff. She never changed, and she never will change. She never will change.
Did you use that $916 million loss to avoid paying personal federal income taxes?
Of course I do. Of course I do. And so do all of her donors, or most of her donors. I know many of her donors.
But that...
This was the moment, right? I think that might be the moment he won. Yeah, everything she's saying is true. I didn't pay federal income tax. Haven't paid it for years. I took a $916 million loss. I took it year over year. Kept using it as a deduction. I'm allowed to. It's in the tax code she voted for. All her donors use it. They're using it to pay for her campaign. That's why she's not going to get rid of it. She doesn't care. I'm not going to apologize for doing things that she's doing. Like, that's the moment he won. That might be the moment he won. Unironically. I think that's the moment Donald Trump won.
That's not the point here.
Why didn't you do it? Why didn't you do it?
Allow her to respond.
Because I was a senator with a Republican president.
Oh, really?
I will be the
you
president.
You could have done it. If you were an effective senator, you could have done it. If you were an effective senator, you could have done it.
Yo, somebody send this clip to John Thune.
But you were not an effective
Please allow her to
senator.
respond. She didn't interrupt you.
Secretary Clinton, does Mr. Trump have the discipline to be a good leader?
No.
I'm shocked to hear that. Putin, from everything I see, has no respect for this person.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
It's pretty clear you won't admit
No, you're
that
the
the
puppet.
Russians have.
Which has led to the slowest GDP growth since 1949.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. You told me in July when we spoke. Go ahead,
I
Mr.
ask
Trump.
a simple question. She's been doing this for 30 years. Why the hell didn't you do it over the last 15, 20 years? You were very much
Yeah, this was. I mean, what is
involved. Excuse me.
Good.
My turn. You were very much involved in every aspect of this country. Very much. And you do have experience. I'd say the one thing you have over me is experience, but it's bad experience because what you've done has turned out badly. She shouldn't be allowed to run. She's guilty of a very, very serious crime. She should not be allowed to run. And just in that respect, I say it's rigged because she should never, Chris, she should never have been allowed to run for the presidency based on what she did with emails and so many other things.
There was even a time when he didn't get an Emmy for his TV program 3 years in a row, and he started tweeting that the Emmys were rigged against
Should have gotten it.
This is a mind, as will Donald's, assuming he can't figure out how to get out of it. But what we want to do is to replenish the Social Security Trust Fund by making sure that we have sufficient.
Is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very happy with.
That's simply not true.
Well, you're certainly going to socialist. You're going to socialist medicine. Your party doesn't say it. Your party wants to go socialist medicine.
My party is
and
me.
socialist
Right
healthcare.
now, I am
and
the
they're going to
Democratic
dominate
Party.
you, Joe. You know that. That was the worst part of Obamacare. Chris, that was the worst part of Obamacare.
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe. The individual mandate was the most unpopular aspect of Obamacare. I got rid of it.
I'd like
and
you
we will protect people with
I'm the moderator of this debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer. Go
ahead.
So my question, sir, is what is the Trump health care plan?
Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let me just.
Number one.
Joe, you
Number
agreed
two.
with Bernie Sanders, who's far left, on the manifesto, we call it. And that gives you socialized medicine.
Look, hey, I'm not going to listen to him. The fact of the matter is, I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
I beat him a whole hell of a lot. I'm here standing facing you.
Pocahontas would have left 2 days early. You would have lost every primary.
Trump didn't prep for 2-on-1 in 2020. And Joe Biden was still partially with it, which is why it wasn't great. Trump prepped and debated different style in 2024 for that first debate. Also, Joe was totally gone. The moderator couldn't even cover it up. I mean, these debates were just, he wasn't ready for 2-on-1. I mean, what can you say?
Knows how to do
Super Tuesday. You got
Look,
very lucky.
here's the deal.
But you
I just
agreed.
want to make sure.
Joe, you're the
I want to make sure.
Graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
I want to make
Mr.
sure.
President, can you let him finish, sir?
No, he doesn't know how to do that. He has.
You'd be
you know,
surprised.
you picked
You'd be surprised.
the
Go ahead.
wrong guy, the wrong night at the wrong time.
Listen, you agreed with
Here's
Bernie
the deal.
Sanders to the
The
manifesto.
whole number two.
You just lost the left.
Number two.
You just lost the left. You agreed with Bernie Sanders on a plan.
Folks,
absolutely
folks,
agreed
do you have
to,
any
and under that
idea
plan,
what
you
this
have
clown's
socialized,
doing?
They call it
Mr. Do you have any idea?
Socialized medicine. Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe. 47 years you've done nothing. And I want to keep it open. And we did a great thing by shutting it down. Wait a minute, Joe. Let me shut you down for a second, Joe, just for 1 second.
Vice President Biden, you are holding much smaller events with
nobody will show up.
People with.
What's true? Nobody shows up to his rallies. In 47 months, I've done more than you've done in 47 years, Joe. We've done things that you never even thought of doing, including soon. I say we're learning to be someplace from Ukraine.
I'm not watching this debate.
Family around. It's extremely expensive. It was $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. He will wipe out Medicare. So problems.
If we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's
Man, this was crazy. I don't know what they did to Joe in those 4 years. He looks like a corpse.
Shame.
Asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, to Ukraine, he's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been.
This debate was, I forgot how bad this debate was. Oh my gosh. There was only one 20 debate because of COVID. They backed out of the rest. This is depressing to watch back. I mean, the 24 debates as a whole were pretty good. Like, I really enjoyed Trump v. Kamala, and I enjoyed Trump v. Vance. I forgot how bad this was. Oh my gosh.
Anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with
It looks like his camera is frozen. He's so still.
$60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He can look you in the face. About so many other things, too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. Joe, our country is...
Oh, my goodness.
Is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a.
He looks like if you gave him he looks like if there was a light breeze in the studio, somebody left the door open, he might blow over and die. This was cruel. This was insane.
A little bit like
I forgot I forgot how bad this was.
This much. It's insignificant. Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them.
I mean, Trump is going easy on him.
Both of them, as you know, we made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one.
This debate is 2024. This is not 2 years before the invasion.
Like, go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. That's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8. But I have, you know how many...
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Oh, my gosh. What are we doing?
Hey, let's not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to turn.
Let's not act like children. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace.
I can't believe they did that to that poor guy. Oh my gosh. I forgot how bad that was. Yeah, the last 2 years of Biden were just elder abuse. Like nationally televised elder abuse. Insane. They just blasted it everywhere. I cannot believe that. That's crazy. Anyway, I've been live for nearly 7 hours, so I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone. Say your prayers. Also, call your congressman. How could his family not stop this? They needed him in power so they could steal money and then have him pardon them.